Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I've lived near Ridgemont National Park for almost my entire life. Growing up just 10 minutes from its boundary meant the wilderness became my second home, a sanctuary where I could escape whenever life became overwhelming. The dense forests, winding trails, and the majestic waterfalls of Ridgemont have been constants in my life, places of comfort rather than fear. My connection to these woods began in childhood when my father would take me hiking every Sunday without fail. Nature is the greatest teacher, he'd say as we navigated rocky paths or identified bird calls echoing through the trees. Even after he passed away 7 years ago, I continued our tradition, finding solace in the familiar routes we once walked together. I'm not the type who startles easily. Years of wilderness exploration have taught me to respect nature rather than fear it. I've encountered black bears, weathered unexpected storms, and spent nights alone under starlit skies without incident. The rational part of my brain has always overridden any primal fear response until that autumn day last October. The morning had started like any other. I woke before sunrise, prepared my hiking gear with practiced efficiency, and checked the weather forecast. Partly cloudy, mild temperatures, perfect conditions for a day on the trails. I decided to take my companion Scooter, a medium-sized, mixed-breed dog I'd rescued as a puppy 7 years earlier. Scooter embodied everything you could want in a hiking partner: steady temperament, excellent trail discipline, and an intuitive understanding of the outdoors. He never barked unnecessarily, maintained a consistent pace beside me, and somehow always sensed potential dangers before I noticed them. His brown coat with scattered white patches made him blend seamlessly with the autumn woodland palette. As we pulled into the nearly empty parking area that bordered the eastern entrance to Ridgemont Falls, I noticed how the pale sky created a striking backdrop for the vibrant foliage. Bright crimson maples stood proudly among amber oaks and gold-leaved birches. The seasonal display promised a visually spectacular hike. "Ready for an adventure, boy?" I asked, clipping Scooter's leash as he hopped eagerly from the passenger seat. His tail wagged with anticipation, his nose already sampling the rich autumn scents, decomposing leaves, damp earth, and the distant mineral tang of the waterfalls. The trailhead welcomed us with its familiar wooden signpost, slightly weathered, but still clearly marking the various paths that sprawled through the park. I chose the Hemlock Ridge Trail, a moderately challenging route that would lead us to the upper viewing point of Sentinel Falls, the park's most impressive cascade. Though popular during summer months, autumn weekdays typically offered welcome solitude. We set off at a comfortable pace, boots and paws crunching rhythmically through scattered leaves. The forest embraced us immediately, tall trees forming a protective canopy overhead, sunlight filtering through in dappled patterns that shifted with each gentle breeze. The air felt crisp against my face, carrying that distinct autumn fragrance that somehow smells simultaneously of ending and beginning. Scooter trotted beside me contentedly, occasionally stopping to investigate an interesting scent or watch a squirrel scrambling up a nearby trunk. His behavior was entirely normal. Relaxed, curious, but consistently attentive to our shared path. Nothing in his demeanor suggested any cause for concern. About 40 minutes into our hike, we stopped at a small clearing I'd visited countless times before. A fallen oak provided the perfect natural bench, and I unwrapped a protein bar while Scooter lapped water from the collapsible bowl I always carried. The distant sound of rushing water reached us even here, promising the falls were running strong after recent rainfall. "We'll reach the upper viewpoint in another hour," I told Scooter, who cocked his head as if understanding every word. "Then maybe we'll try that unmarked trail to the rocky outcrop. You remember, The one with the amazing view of the lower Cascade? As we continued our journey, the terrain gradually steepened. The trail narrowed in places, forcing us to navigate between rocky outcroppings and exposed tree roots. The forest around us changed subtly too. More hemlock and pine now, creating deeper shadows and a hushed atmosphere broken only by the increasing roar of falling water. What I didn't realize then was how this ordinary beginning would lead to the most unsettling experience of my life. Looking back, I searched for warning signs I might have missed, some indication that this day would be fundamentally different from hundreds of similar hikes. But there was nothing obvious, nothing that would have made me turn back. By midday, we had covered nearly 5 miles of trail, working our way steadily toward our destination. The main waterfall was now audible as a constant background rumble, growing louder with each step forward. Occasional glimpses of white water flashed between trees as the path wound closer to the river that fed the falls. "Almost there," I murmured to Scooter, who matched my stride with practiced ease. Neither of us could have predicted what awaited us at Sentinel Falls, an encounter that would challenge everything I thought I understood about Ridgemont National Park and my own perception of reality. The approach to Sentinel Falls follows a gradual descent through increasingly dense woodland. As Scooter and I made our way down the final stretch of trail, I noticed subtle shifts in the atmosphere around us. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees, though this wasn't unusual near waterways. What struck me as odd was the sudden absence of wildlife sounds. No birds calling, no rustling in the underbrush, just the persistent thunder of cascading water growing louder with each step. Scooter, typically relaxed on our hikes, began exhibiting unusual behavior. His ears pricked forward, then back, as if trying to locate a sound beyond my human hearing range. He slowed his pace, no longer leading eagerly but staying unusually close to my legs. When we paused at a trail junction, he sat pressed against my calf, eyes scanning the trees in a deliberate, focused pattern I'd never observed before. "What is it, buddy?" I asked, kneeling beside him and following his gaze. The forest looked normal, a rich tapestry of autumn colors, shadows stretching as afternoon light filtered through branches. Nothing appeared out of place. Yet I couldn't shake a growing sense of disquiet, as if we were being observed. We continued toward the falls, now following the path that ran alongside the river. The water moved rapidly here, tumbling over smooth stones worn down by centuries of persistent flow. Normally, I would have paused to appreciate the natural beauty, perhaps take some photographs of sunlight refracting through spray. Instead, I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, scanning the tree line for something I couldn't define. "Just being paranoid," I muttered to myself, forcing my attention back to the trail. Scooter wasn't convinced. His movements had become deliberately cautious, each paw placed with unusual precision as if testing the ground before committing his weight. His tail, normally held high in confident exploration, now hung in a neutral position, not frightened, but unmistakably alert. The main viewing platform for Sentinel Falls appeared ahead, a sturdy wooden structure extending slightly over the lower pool. On weekends, this area would typically host dozens of visitors, but today we had it entirely to ourselves. The solitude, usually welcome, now felt strangely oppressive. I approached the railing, Scooter reluctantly following. The falls presented a magnificent sight, water plummeting nearly 80 feet in a powerful unbroken column before crashing into a churning pool below. Clouds of mist rose from the impact point, creating miniature rainbows where sunlight penetrated the spray. It should have been awe-inspiring. Instead, as I stood watching the hypnotic flow, an inexplicable sense of wrongness crept over me. The feeling wasn't precisely fear, not yet. Rather, it resembled the disorientation experienced upon entering a familiar room to find furniture subtly rearranged. Everything appeared correct at first glance, but something fundamental had shifted just beyond conscious recognition. "Let's check out that rocky viewpoint," I suggested to Scooter, partly to reassure myself through normalcy. the unmarked trail branching off to the right, wasn't officially maintained by park rangers, but had been created through years of hikers seeking a more dramatic perspective of the falls. I'd visited it several times before, always rewarded with spectacular views of both upper and lower cascades. As we left the main trail, following the narrow dirt path through denser vegetation, Scooter's reluctance became more pronounced. Twice he stopped completely, looking back toward the main trail with what I can only describe as longing. Each time I encouraged him forward, he complied, but with none of his usual enthusiasm. The side trail wound upward, requiring occasional use of exposed tree roots as natural steps. After about 10 minutes of steady climbing, we emerged onto the rocky outcrop, a flat stone shelf jutting from the hillside approximately 30 feet above the main viewing platform. From this vantage point, the entirety of Sentinel Falls was visible, from its origin point where the river narrowed dramatically before its plunge, to the widening pools below where white water gradually calmed into rippling currents. I moved toward the edge, maintaining a safe distance from the sheer drop. Scooter, usually content to explore secure areas of such viewpoints, remained unusually stationary, positioning himself between me and the trail we descended. His posture had changed completely, legs stiff, head lowered slightly, attention fixed on something beyond my field of vision. That's when I noticed the silence. Despite standing mere yards from a powerful waterfall, the sound seemed muffled, as if heard through thick glass. The mist rising from below moved oddly, too, not following natural air currents but swirling in patterns that suggested deliberate formation. I blinked hard, attributing these perceptions to fatigue or perhaps the unusual lighting created by the pale autumn sky. When I reopened my eyes, everything appeared normal again, water falling naturally, sound restored to its proper volume. Yet Scooter remained tense, unconvinced by whatever adjustment my mind had made. "It's okay," I assured him, though uncertainty had crept into my voice. "Just a weird atmospheric thing." We stayed at the viewpoint for perhaps 15 minutes, during which Scooter never relaxed his vigilant stance. I tried focusing on the natural beauty surrounding us, taking deep breaths of mist-laden air, attempting to recapture the peace these woods had always provided. But something fundamental had changed, a shift in perception that transformed familiar terrain into something vaguely threatening. As we prepared to descend back to the main trail, I caught a glimpse of movement at the waterfall's edge, not within the water itself, but beside it, where dense vegetation bordered the cliff face. Just a momentary displacement, like a shadow adjusting to changed light. I focused on the area but saw nothing conclusive, just leaves stirring in patterns slightly discordant with the prevailing breeze. "Time to head back," I announced, more for my benefit than Scooter's. He needed no encouragement, immediately turning toward the descent path with unusual eagerness. As we navigated the steep sections of trail, I noticed my heartbeat had accelerated beyond what physical exertion warranted. My palms felt clammy despite the cool air, and I found myself frequently checking our surroundings rather than watching my footing. When we rejoined the main trail, Scooter's behavior changed again, not reverting to normal relaxation, but shifting to a new alertness directed specifically toward the area downstream from the falls. His muscles tensed beneath his fur, and a low sound vibrated in his throat. Not quite a growl, but the precursor to one. That's when I saw it for the first time, a figure standing partially obscured by foliage near the lower pool, approximately 50 yards downstream. The distance and intervening vegetation prevented clear details, but its general shape suggested a person of average height, motionless among the trees. I raised my hand in greeting, expecting a reciprocal acknowledgement from another hiker. No response came. The figure remained completely still, positioned at an angle that suggested it was watching us, but offering no confirmation through movement or gesture. I lowered my hand slowly, a creeping unease spreading through my chest, as I realized how oddly the figure was situated. Not on any established trail, standing in an area of dense undergrowth that would be difficult to navigate intentionally. "Hello?" I called, my voice nearly lost in the ambient sounds of rushing water. Again, no response or movement followed. Scooter's earlier tension had intensified. His body pressed against my leg as if seeking protection while simultaneously offering it. When I took an instinctive step forward, he moved with me, maintaining contact but clearly reluctant to approach whatever or whoever stood watching us from the shadows. After several uncomfortable moments, I decided against investigation. The rational part of my brain suggested another hiker exploring off-trail, perhaps a photographer seeking unique angles of the waterfall. But deeper instincts, the same primal warning system humans have carried since our earliest evolutionary stages, advised retreat. "Let's go, boy," I murmured, turning back toward the main trail that would return us to the parking area. Scooter didn't hesitate, immediately adopting a pace slightly faster than our typical hiking speed. As we moved away, I fought the overwhelming urge to look back, focusing instead on the path ahead and the rhythmic sound of our movement through scattered leaves. When we'd covered perhaps 100 yards, I finally surrendered to compulsion and glanced over my shoulder. The area where the figure had stood appeared empty now, showing only undisturbed vegetation. Relief washed through me briefly, followed by uncertainty. Had I imagined the entire encounter? Scooter's continued alertness suggested otherwise. His behavior confirmed that something unusual had occurred, something beyond normal wilderness experiences. As we continued our return journey, neither of us fully relaxed. The beautiful autumn forest, so familiar and comforting just hours earlier, now seemed filled with hidden recesses where unknown things might lurk just beyond perception. We maintained our accelerated pace until reaching the wider, more frequented sections of trail closer to the park entrance. Only then did Scooter's posture begin to normalize, his movements becoming more fluid and less defensive. My own tension dissipated more slowly, rational thought gradually reasserting control over instinctive responses. By the time we reached the parking area, I had nearly convinced myself that the entire experience stemmed from some combination of unusual lighting, natural wildlife movement, and overactive imagination. Almost convinced, but not entirely. Something about the motionless figure and the strange atmosphere surrounding the falls remained troubling in ways I couldn't easily dismiss. As we drove away from Ridgemont that afternoon, I made a mental note to research whether others had reported unusual experiences in the area. What I didn't realize then was that this initial encounter represented merely the beginning, the first indication of something deeply unsettling that would eventually draw me back to Sentinel Falls, under circumstances far more terrifying than I could possibly imagine. 2 weeks passed before I returned to Ridgemont National Park. Despite attempts to dismiss my previous experience as imagination, questions lingered, persistent enough to prompt research into local folklore and incident reports. What I discovered only deepened my unease. While finding no official documentation of strange occurrences, online forums revealed dozens of anecdotal accounts describing unusual experiences near Sentinel Falls. Most mentioned feelings of being watched. Several described inexplicable sounds. A few, those that truly disturbed me, detailed sightings of a dark figure observing hikers from various points around the waterfall. These reports spanned decades, with the earliest dating to the 1970s, when the park first opened to public access. What struck me most wasn't their consistency in describing physical details. These varied widely, but the emotional impact recorded by each witness. Person after person described the same visceral response, deep instinctive dread accompanied by certainty of being observed by something fundamentally wrong. I shared these findings with nobody. My friends would certainly mock such ghost stories, and I wasn't prepared to label my experience supernatural. Something had occurred at Sentinel Falls, something I couldn't explain through normal parameters, but jumping to paranormal conclusions seemed premature. Instead, I decided to return alone. Scooter's reaction during our previous visit, while validating my own perceptions, introduced an additional variable I wanted to eliminate. If something unusual existed in those woods, I needed to encounter it with only my own senses as witnesses. I chose a Tuesday morning, arriving at the eastern trailhead shortly after sunrise. The parking area stood empty, mist rising from damp ground as early light filtered through nearly bare trees. Most autumn foliage had fallen now, creating a carpet of decomposing leaves that muffled my footsteps as I began the familiar hike toward the falls. The forest appeared entirely normal, birds calling from remaining branches, occasional rustling as small mammals navigated ground cover, the distant sound of water gradually increasing as I approached my destination. Without Scooter's reactions to influence me, I found myself questioning whether I'd constructed an entire narrative from coincidental natural occurrences. I reached the main viewing platform approximately 90 minutes after setting out. The waterfall thundered impressively, its volume increased by recent rainfall. Spray created a perpetual dampness on surrounding rocks and vegetation, droplets catching morning light like suspended diamonds. Standing alone before this natural power, my previous fears seemed almost laughable. After spending several minutes appreciating the view from the official platform, I made a deliberate decision to follow the unofficial trail to the rocky outcrop where my previous discomfort had begun. The path seemed narrower than I remembered, vegetation pressing closer on either side, creating an enclosed feeling despite being in open woodland. Each step upward required more effort than memory suggested, as if the trail itself resisted my progress. Rational thought attributed this to ground softened by autumn precipitation, but subconscious impression suggested something more intentional, a gradual increase in resistance designed to discourage further advancement. I persisted, emerging finally onto the familiar stone shelf with its panoramic view of the falls. Morning light illuminated the cascade differently than during my previous visit, penetrating deeper into rising mist and revealing more detail in the rock face behind flowing water. For several minutes, I simply observed, cataloging every visible aspect of the scene for later comparison. That's when I noticed the first anomaly, a section of waterfall that didn't move correctly. While the main flow followed normal gravitational patterns, one peripheral stream along the eastern edge appeared to pause momentarily at irregular intervals, creating a strobe-like effect visible only when observed directly. I focused intently on this section, wondering if some unusual rock formation beneath the surface created the visual distortion. As I concentrated, the effect intensified rather than resolved. Water not merely pausing now but occasionally appearing to move upward against gravity for millisecond intervals. Optical illusion, I said aloud, my voice immediately absorbed by ambient noise, light refraction through spray. The logical explanation comforted me briefly until I realized another change had occurred while my attention fixed on the water. The quality of sound surrounding me had altered. The waterfall's roar remained constant in volume, but had somehow hollowed, taking on an echoing quality, as if heard from within a massive empty chamber rather than open woodland. I turned slowly, surveying the entire area from my elevated position. Nothing visibly unusual presented itself, just forest, rock, water, morning mist. Yet the sensation of wrongness intensified with each passing moment, raising hairs along my arms and neck despite completely rational surroundings. When I turned back toward the falls, everything changed. Standing on a narrow ledge beside the main cascade, a position impossible to reach without specialized climbing equipment, was the figure. No longer distant or partially obscured, it now occupied a clearly visible position approximately 40 feet from my location. Though completely exposed in daylight, details remained frustratingly indistinct, as if light bent abnormally around its form. Height and general shape suggested human proportions, but something in its posture communicated profound wrongness. Limbs angled slightly inappropriately, torso leaning beyond natural balance points without falling. Had it been wearing dark clothing, or was that its actual coloration? Even with direct observation, these basic details remained ambiguous. What registered with absolute clarity was its orientation, directly facing me with unwavering attention. Though I could discern no facial features through the visual distortion surrounding it, awareness of being observed penetrated to my core. This was no coincidence of shared space. This entity, I could no longer think of it as potentially human, had positioned itself specifically to interact with me. "Who are you?" I called, surprised by the steadiness in my voice, despite adrenaline flooding my system. No response came, just continued unnatural stillness. Not the normal stillness of a person attempting to remain motionless. Even breath and subtle shifting would be visible at this distance, but complete absence of micro-movements that distinguish living things from inanimate objects. I raised my hand, palm outward, offering a universal gesture of peaceful acknowledgement. For several heartbeats, nothing changed. Then, with movement too fluid to follow properly, the figure raised its own appendage in apparent mimicry. The gesture should have been reassuring, suggesting communication attempted. Instead, it provoked instant, overwhelming terror. The movement wasn't merely unnatural, it was wrong in ways my mind struggled to process. The limb extended too far, joints articulating at impossible angles, the entire motion occurring without proper correlation to physical mass. What appeared superficially human revealed itself as something fundamentally different, merely through this simple action. I stepped backward involuntarily, nearly losing balance on the uneven surface of the outcrop. Instinct urged immediate retreat. Yet some combination of fascination and disbelief kept me rooted in place. If this entity meant harm, why remain at distance? If attempting communication, why not approach or speak? As these questions formed, the figure tilted its head at an angle exceeding normal vertebral rotation. The movement conveyed unmistakable inquiry. It was studying my reactions, cataloging my responses, learning through observation just as I attempted to understand it. The realization broke my paralysis. Whatever stood watching me from that impossible perch represented something beyond my experience or comprehension. Further interaction without understanding posed risks I wasn't prepared to accept. I turned toward the descent path, moving with deliberate calm despite every nerve screaming for rapid escape. 3 steps down the trail, I succumbed to compulsion and looked back. The ledge stood empty. My eyes darted frantically, searching surrounding areas for where the figure might have moved. Nothing appeared among trees or rocks. No movement disturbed vegetation along potential paths of travel. Complete disappearance within seconds, without sound or visible transition, defied logical explanation. Abandoning pretense of calm, I descended the trail at dangerous speed, nearly falling several times as my boots slipped on damp surfaces. Reaching the main trail, I paused momentarily, gasping for breath while scanning surrounding forest. Normal woodland sounds had returned. Birds calling, leaves rustling, water flowing without acoustic distortion. I should have left immediately, returned directly to my vehicle and the safety of civilization. Instead, some irrational compulsion drew me closer to the base of the falls, toward the pool where thundering water created constant white noise and perpetual mist obscured clear vision. Approaching the water's edge, I studied the churning surface, dark in deeper sections, transparent where it flowed over smooth stones. Nothing unusual presented itself initially. Then, as my breathing slowed and eyes adjusted to the interplay of light and moisture, I noticed a reflection. Not my own image mirrored on the water's surface, but 2 points of light beneath it, seemingly suspended in deeper water where natural illumination shouldn't penetrate. They resembled eyes catching light, similar to nocturnal animals reflected in headlights, yet this was broad daylight, and the positioning made no biological sense. I leaned forward for better perspective, careful to maintain secure footing on slippery rocks. The points of light shifted slightly, not floating with water movement, but adjusting position independently, maintaining orientation toward me despite changing angle of observation. A voice behind me shattered the moment. "Beautiful spot, isn't it?" I spun around, heart hammering, to find an elderly man standing several yards away on the main trail. He wore standard hiking gear and carried a walking stick, presenting the perfect image of a regular park visitor enjoying morning exercise. "Yes," I managed to respond, voice steadier than expected given my internal state. "Spectacular." "Been coming here 40 years, the man continued, apparently oblivious to my distress. "Never gets old." I glanced back toward the water. The strange lights had vanished, leaving only normal reflections on disturbed surface. When I returned attention to my unexpected companion, his expression had changed subtly, eyes narrowed slightly, head tilted in evaluation. "You saw something," he stated rather than asked. Not accusatory, but knowing, as if confirming a long-held theory. "What do you mean?" I countered, reluctant to validate experiences I still couldn't properly categorize. The man gestured vaguely toward the falls with his walking stick. "These old places have memories. Sometimes they take shape." He paused, studying my face. "Not everyone notices." Before I could formulate a response, he nodded politely and continued along the trail, soon disappearing around a bend without further comment. His casual acknowledgement of something inexplicable somehow disturbed me more than the encounter itself, suggesting others had experienced similar phenomena, yet local consensus maintained silence. I remained at the pool's edge for several more minutes, scanning water surfaces and surrounding terrain for any further anomalies. Nothing appeared, yet conviction grew that something continued observing from concealment. Patient, interested, fundamentally other. Finally, practicality overcame curiosity. Whatever presence inhabited Sentinel Falls clearly operated beyond normal parameters. Further investigation required preparation and possibly assistance. I began the return journey to the parking area, moving at deliberate pace while remaining vigilantly aware of my surroundings. The forest seemed to have returned to normal, sunlight strengthening as morning advanced, wildlife active throughout visible areas, trails solid and predictable beneath my boots. Yet subtle wrongness persisted in peripheral awareness. Occasional sounds, slightly disjointed from natural origins, movements among distant vegetation that didn't correlate with wind patterns, momentary temperature fluctuations without environmental cause. Reaching my vehicle without further incident provided little relief. Questions multiplied rather than resolved, centered on fundamental uncertainty. Had I experienced something objectively real, or were these events products of psychological projection? The elderly hiker's comments suggested external validation, yet his appearance and departure seemed suspiciously convenient. As I drove away from Ridgemont that morning, one certainty formed amid confusion. I would return to Sentinel Falls. Whatever presence resided there had revealed itself intentionally, initiated contact deliberately. Our interaction felt incomplete, a conversation interrupted rather than concluded. What I couldn't possibly know then was how that return would transform everything. Not just my understanding of Ridgemont National Park, but my entire conception of reality and the boundaries separating known from unknowable. The drive home passed in a blur of automatic functions, hands steering, feet operating pedals, eyes registering traffic signals, while my conscious mind remained trapped in continuous replay of the waterfall encounter. Each mental review revealed new details previously overlooked. How ambient temperature had dropped immediately before the figure appeared. The way certain birds had fallen silent while others continued normal calls. Subtle distortions in peripheral vision that might have indicated additional presences beyond the one directly observed. I arrived home mid-afternoon, physically exhausted despite minimal exertion. My small house, normally a sanctuary of comfort and familiarity, felt suddenly exposed. Too many windows overlooking dense woodland that bordered my property, too many shadows lingering in corners despite bright sunshine outside. After securing doors and drawing blinds against imagined observation, I collapsed onto my sofa and attempted to process the morning's events through rational frameworks. The most obvious explanation involved hallucination, perhaps triggered by environmental factors like toxic spores from forest fungi or natural gas leaking from subterranean pockets near the waterfall. Such phenomena could explain visual distortions, altered sound perception, and the overwhelming sense of wrongness that accompanied the experience. Yet this theory failed to account for multiple witnesses reporting similar encounters over decades. Unless Sentinel Falls somehow induced mass hallucination affecting specific individuals across generations, physical explanation seemed inadequate. The alternative, that something genuinely anomalous existed in those woods, opened possibilities I'd spent my adult life dismissing as superstition and folklore. I'd always approached unexplained phenomena with healthy skepticism, finding rational explanations behind supposedly supernatural events. Now, personal experience challenged fundamental assumptions about reality's consistent operation. My computer beckoned from across the room, promising access to information that might contextualize my experience. After brief hesitation, I succumbed to curiosity and began systematically researching Ridgemont National Park's history beyond tourist information and trail guides. What emerged through careful investigation painted a disturbing picture of the area surrounding Sentinel Falls. Before park establishment in the early 1970s, those specific acres had witnessed disproportionate tragedy. Multiple disappearances never resolved, accidents exceeding statistical probability, even documented cases of experienced hikers becoming inexplicably disoriented, despite clear weather and familiar terrain. Most incidents lacked spectacular details, just ordinary people encountering extraordinary misfortune in apparently random patterns. Only when viewed collectively across time did disturbing consistency emerge: proximity to the waterfall, occurrence during transition seasons, primarily spring and fall, and the complete absence of clear resolution in most cases. Official records attributed these events to natural hazards, slippery rocks, flash flooding, wildlife encounters, or simple navigational errors. Yet witness statements, where available, frequently contained unsettling commonalities: reports of being watched, unusual atmosphere surrounding the falls, and occasional mentions of a shadowy presence observed shortly before misfortune occurred. As evening approached, my research shifted from documented incidents to local legends predating European settlement. Information proved sparse, filtered through unreliable translations and cultural misinterpretations, but certain elements appeared consistently across sources. Indigenous peoples who originally inhabited the region apparently considered the waterfall location spiritually significant, not as sacred ground to be revered, but as a boundary area requiring specific protocols before approach. Fragmentary references suggested belief in a watcher or guardian associated with the falling water, neither malevolent nor benevolent, but fundamentally neutral, an observer of human activity rather than participant. Some translations implied this entity preserved balance between worlds through continual vigilance, while others suggested it merely documented human presence without purpose beyond observation itself. The similarities between centuries-old beliefs and my personal experience proved unsettling. Though rational explanation remained possible, perhaps modern witnesses unconsciously incorporated elements of folklore they'd encountered previously. The concept of collective imagination creating consistent manifestations across generations seemed only marginally more plausible than accepting some form of objectively real phenomenon. Night had fallen completely by the time I exhausted available research sources. My house creaked with normal settling sounds that suddenly seemed significant. Shadows shifted with passing car headlights in patterns that momentarily resembled deliberate movement. Fatigue, combined with heightened alertness, created an uncomfortable mental state, where logical thought competed with instinctive responses. Sleep seemed impossible, yet necessary. I moved mechanically through evening routines, showering, preparing simple food I barely tasted, securing the house with double checks of locks and windows. When finally lying in darkness, eyes fixed on ceiling patterns while mind continued processing implications of discovered information, a new realization formed with disturbing clarity. The watcher I'd encountered hadn't appeared randomly during my visit. Its manifestation followed my deliberate decision to investigate the rocky outcrop, a location outside sanctioned trails offering perspective unavailable from official viewing areas. My choice to leave established boundaries had apparently triggered observation. This perspective recontextualized previous witness accounts. Perhaps the entity only revealed itself to those who demonstrated willingness to venture beyond conventional limitations, physical boundaries becoming metaphorical representations of conceptual thresholds. If accurate, this theory suggested intentionality behind encounters rather than random manifestation. The question remaining, why me specifically, offered no satisfactory answer. Nothing distinguished my circumstances from thousands of other hikers who explored Ridgemont annually. I possessed no special sensitivity to paranormal phenomena, maintained no spiritual practices that might attune perception to alternate realities. I represented the quintessential ordinary witness, making my experience simultaneously more credible and more disturbing. Morning arrived after intermittent sleep, punctuated by dreams too fragmented for clear recall, but leaving emotional residue of profound disquiet. Daylight restored some rational perspective, allowing professional obligations and daily necessities to temporarily override obsessive analysis of the previous day's events. Yet throughout normal activities, awareness of unfinished business lingered. The encounter at Sentinel Falls felt incomplete, a communication initiated but not concluded, an interaction suspended rather than resolved. This perception carried uncomfortable implications that something might expect continuation, might consider our connection ongoing despite physical separation. I spent 3 days in this state of functional normalcy, overlaying deep unease. Regular routines provided surface comfort, while deeper awareness monitored surroundings for anomalies. Small inconsistencies, a book not quite where I remembered placing it, unexplained sounds from empty rooms, momentary glimpses of movement in reflective surfaces, accumulated into persistent background anxiety. Sleep deteriorated further, leading to microsleep episodes during waking hours where consciousness briefly suspended. During these moments, hypnagogic imagery consistently featured water flowing in impossible directions and dark figures standing just beyond direct vision. Each episode lasted mere seconds but left lingering disorientation that complicated normal functioning. By the 4th evening following my encounter, physical exhaustion demanded resolution. I stood at my kitchen window as twilight descended, watching shadows lengthen across my backyard where forest began beyond property boundaries. The woods appeared entirely normal, birds settling for evening, occasional movements of small mammals preparing for night, leaves shifting in gentle breeze. Yet perception insisted on alternative interpretation, each natural movement potentially concealing purposeful activity, darkness between trees, possibly harboring patient observation. The boundary between rational assessment and paranoid delusion had blurred dangerously, threatening psychological stability if left unaddressed. "This ends now," I stated aloud to empty rooms. Decision crystallized with unexpected clarity. I would return to Sentinel Falls the following morning, not seeking further encounter, but establishing definitive conclusion. Whatever presence inhabited that location, whatever interaction had begun during previous visits, required formal termination through deliberate choice rather than fearful avoidance. I spent the remainder of that evening in practical preparation, checking weather forecasts, assembling appropriate gear, planning specific approach and departure routes. The process restored sense of agency previously compromised by uncertainty. If something awaited my return to Ridgemont, it would meet someone prepared rather than confused. Before sleeping, I composed detailed notes documenting all experiences and research findings related to Sentinel Falls. These I sealed in an envelope addressed to my closest friend, with instructions to open only if I failed to make contact by specified deadline. The precaution seemed melodramatic yet prudent, given statistical history of unfortunate incidents in that specific location. Sleep came easier that night, still fragmented but deeper between wakeful periods. Dreams continued featuring water and observation themes but felt less intrusive, more symbolic than literal. Morning arrived with unusual psychological clarity, despite physical fatigue. I dressed systematically in layers appropriate for variable autumn temperatures, packed minimal supplies focusing on practical necessities rather than comfort items, and placed my sealed envelope prominently on the kitchen counter, where it would be immediately visible to anyone entering the house. As I prepared to depart, momentary hesitation prompted one additional action: retrieving my father's old hunting knife from storage and securing it in an accessible belt sheath. The blade offered minimal practical utility for ordinary hiking, but provided psychological comfort through connection to family tradition and symbolic protection. The early morning drive to Ridgemont passed under gradually lightening skies, clouds gathering in patterns suggesting afternoon precipitation, but currently allowing weak sunshine to illuminate the landscape. Traffic remained minimal on rural roads, creating illusion of isolation that matched my internal state. Arriving at the now familiar parking area, I noted two other vehicles already present: a small sedan likely belonging to day hikers, and a maintenance truck marked with Park Service insignia. The presence of others should have provided comfort through shared human occupation of the space. Instead, it heightened awareness that potential witnesses complicate situations requiring privacy. Gathering my backpack and securing my vehicle, I stood momentarily at the trailhead considering optimal approach. Standard paths would likely intersect with other visitors, while less traveled routes might be monitored specifically by whatever presence occupied the area. After brief deliberation, I chose the main trail, reasoning that established routes provided security through visibility while approaching my destination. The hike began under normal conditions: forest sounds appropriate to early day, physical exertion matching remembered levels, familiar landmarks appearing at expected intervals. Yet, subtle differences accumulated as I progressed deeper into park boundaries. Certain areas seemed darker than surrounding forest, despite identical canopy coverage. Occasional cold spots manifested without apparent meteorological cause. Wind moved through vegetation, creating sound patterns that almost resembled words, not quite coherent but suggesting communication just beyond comprehension threshold. These phenomena increased proportionally with proximity to the falls, building gradually rather than manifesting suddenly. By the time water sounds became clearly audible, the entire atmosphere had shifted toward the same wrongness I'd experienced previously. Not dramatically altered, but fundamentally different from normal woodland conditions. I paused approximately half-mile from the main viewing platform, securing my backpack against a tree trunk and removing unnecessary items to maximize mobility. The hunting knife remained accessible at my waist, not drawn but consciously present as both tool and talisman. "I'm returning to conclude our interaction," I stated aloud to apparent emptiness. Nothing more. No response came from surrounding forest, yet subtle tension in atmosphere suggested acknowledgement. Birds continued calling. Insects maintained constant background hum. Wind moved through branches without interruption, all normal activity continuing without the silence that typically signals predator presence. The contradiction, everything appearing normal while feeling profoundly wrong, characterized the remainder of my approach. Each step toward Sentinel Falls increased dissonance between visual information and instinctive response. By the time the main viewing platform came into view, peripheral vision registered constant movement that disappeared when directly observed. The platform stood empty of other visitors, despite vehicles in the parking area. Water thundered over the cliff face in apparently normal patterns, creating standard mist clouds and rainbow refractions where sunlight penetrated spray. Nothing visibly unusual presented itself for immediate identification. Yet wrongness persisted at fundamental perceptual level, not attached to specific sensory input, but underlying all experience. The sensation resembled awareness of being observed through one-way glass, knowledge of scrutiny without ability to locate observer. I approached the railing with deliberate calm, maintaining awareness of surroundings, while focusing primarily on the waterfall itself. The cascade appeared unchanged from previous visits. Water volume consistent with recent rainfall, flow patterns following normal gravitational principles, impact creating standard turbulence in the collection pool below. Only after extended observation did anomalies become apparent, subtle inconsistencies emerging through patient attention rather than immediate perception. Certain sections of falling water occasionally paused mid-air for millisecond intervals. Light refracted through mist at mathematically impossible angles. Sound fluctuated in patterns unrelated to actual water movement. "I acknowledge your presence," I stated, voice level despite internal tension. "I've witnessed your manifestation." The words vanished into ambient noise without apparent effect. For several minutes, nothing changed beyond normal environmental fluctuations. I maintained position at the railing, consciously breathing deeply while scanning surrounding area for response. When manifestation finally came, it occurred without dramatic revelation, simply a gradual coalescence of darkness among trees, approximately 50 yards downstream from my position. The shape formed slowly enough that precise moment of appearance remained indeterminate, yet suddenly stood fully present where emptiness had existed moments before. The figure maintained similar characteristics to previous encounters. Humanoid proportions without detailed features. Dark coloration possibly representing clothing or natural composition. Stillness exceeding normal physical capability. Yet this manifestation presented with greater definition, as if deliberately making itself more clearly perceptible. Neither of us moved initially. Observer and observed engaged in mutual assessment across intervening space. No communication attempted beyond simple presence. No action suggested beyond acknowledgement of shared awareness. The encounter might have appeared entirely benign to hypothetical third-party witness, unaware of context. After several minutes of this strange communion, I deliberately raised one hand in formal greeting gesture. The response came immediately, the figure's appendage lifting in mirror movement, yet with articulation that defied normal anatomical constraints. What should have been direct mimicry instead revealed fundamental otherness through subtle wrongness of execution. "What do you want?" I asked directly, abandoning pretense of casual interaction. No verbal response came, yet the figure tilted its head in gesture universally recognized as inquiry, simultaneously familiar in meaning yet disturbing in execution. The movement suggested not lack of communication capability, but choice of alternative method. I modified approach accordingly, gesturing toward the falls, then back to the figure, attempting non-verbal inquiry about connection between entity and location. The response manifested as slight intensification of presence, not physical growth, but increased definition against background environment. Understanding formed gradually through this rudimentary exchange. The entity wasn't hostile in conventional sense. It sought neither harm nor interference with human activity. Its purpose appeared fundamentally observational, content with witnessing rather than participating in events surrounding its domain. This realization brought unexpected relief. Whatever inhabited Sentinel Falls represented something unknown rather than actively malevolent. Strange beyond comfortable comprehension, but not inherently threatening through deliberate intention. "I meant no intrusion," I stated, attempting to convey respect rather than fear. "I'll leave your territory undisturbed." The figure remained motionless briefly, then performed a movement impossible to describe through normal physical parameters. Not quite nodding, not precisely bowing, yet conveying clear acknowledgement of statement received and understood. As I prepared to depart, unexpected movement caught attention. The entity glided several yards closer without apparent walking motion, maintaining same orientation toward me, but reducing distance between us. The approach wasn't threatening, but carried unmistakable purpose. When it halted again, arm extended toward me, not reaching but indicating specific direction. Following the gesture revealed it pointing not at me directly, but at the hunting knife secured at my waist. The implication seemed clear, even without verbal exchange. "You want this?" I asked, hand moving toward but not touching the blade. The figure performed another movement beyond proper description, something conveying affirmation without being precisely nodding. Request appeared undeniable despite complete absence of compulsion. Choice remained entirely mine, yet preferred outcome stood clearly indicated. After brief internal debate, I carefully removed the knife from its sheath, examining it momentarily before placing it gently on flat rock surface between us. The object held monetary value but immense personal significance as family connection, precisely the type of meaningful sacrifice suggested throughout historical accounts of appeasing boundary guardians. No sooner had I withdrawn my hand than sudden increased mist obscured the immediate area. When visibility returned seconds later, both figure and knife had vanished without trace. The rock surface remained visibly dry despite surrounding moisture, suggesting directed rather than natural phenomenon. I remained motionless momentarily, processing implications of interaction just concluded. Whatever entity inhabited Sentinel Falls had initiated contact, communicated specific request within limited capabilities, and apparently concluded interaction upon receiving desired offering. Turning to depart, unexpected lightness filled my awareness. Not emotional relief, but physical sensation suggesting burden removed. The persistent wrongness that had characterized the area diminished noticeably, returning surroundings to normal woodland atmosphere, experienced thousands of times before. My return journey passed without incident, standard forest sounds accompanying steady progress, familiar landmarks appearing at appropriate intervals, nothing suggesting observation or presence beyond ordinary wildlife. By the time I reached the parking area, the entire experience had acquired dreamlike quality, despite vivid recall of specific details. The drive home permitted gradual reintegration with normal perspective. What had occurred at Sentinel Falls represented genuine anomaly, something beyond conventional explanation requiring acknowledgement as objectively real experience, rather than psychological projection or environmental hallucination. Yet the encounter also suggested conclusion rather than beginning, interaction completed through mutual recognition and appropriate exchange. The watching presence existed within defined boundaries, apparently content maintaining established patterns without expanding influence beyond traditional domain. Arriving home late afternoon, I immediately destroyed the sealed envelope left that morning. Its contingency precautions no longer necessary following successful resolution. The loss of my father's knife caused momentary regret, quickly replaced by understanding of appropriate exchange. Some sacrifices balance scales in ways logic cannot fully comprehend. That evening passed in profound exhaustion, yet equally profound relief. Whatever had begun at Sentinel Falls now appeared properly concluded, interaction acknowledged, boundaries established, respective territories recognized. Sleep came without interruption from strange dreams or sudden wakings, first truly restful night since initial encounter. The following morning brought renewed normal perspective, daily obligations reasserting priority over extraordinary experience. Yet permanent changes remained beneath surface awareness, expanded understanding of reality's potential complexity, recognition that established scientific frameworks might accommodate only portion of actual phenomena, and deep appreciation for boundaries separating known from unknown. I would eventually return to Ridgemont National Park, hiking familiar trails with restored enjoyment. But Sentinel Falls remained exception to this resurrection of normal activity, not through active avoidance, but respectful acknowledgement of established boundary. Some places deserve recognition as transition zones, where different rules apply and different presences maintain vigilant watch. The offering given that day, physical object representing connection between generations, apparently satisfied whatever requirement governed interactions with the watcher at the falls. Its acceptance marked conclusion rather than invitation, exchange rather than obligation. In subsequent years, I occasionally encountered others who described similar experiences at Sentinel Falls or comparable locations throughout the region. To these individuals, I offered neither confirmation nor denial of personal knowledge, merely suggestion that some boundaries merit respect through mindful distance rather than aggressive crossing. What watches from Sentinel Falls continues its patient observation, existing in parallel with human activity, without requiring acknowledgement or understanding. Those who encounter its manifestation may interpret the experience through religious, supernatural, or psychological frameworks according to individual perspective. For myself, categorization became less important than recognition. Something exists beyond conventional understanding. Something that watches from boundaries between known and unknown, occasionally visible to those who approach thresholds with appropriate awareness. Some might call this entity ghost, spirit, or hallucination. I prefer simply watcher, neutral observer existing at intersection points where different aspects of reality meet like water flowing from one level to another, creating transitional zones where normal rules temporarily suspend. Its continued existence requires neither belief nor dismissal, merely acknowledgement that human perception and scientific categorization may encompass only portion of reality's actual composition. The watcher at Sentinel Falls serves as reminder that boundaries exist for reasons we may not fully comprehend, but nevertheless deserve respectful recognition. 6 months passed before circumstances drew me back to Ridgemont National Park. Winter had come and gone, leaving the landscape transformed through seasonal cycles. Early spring vegetation now clothed previously bare branches, and increased rainfall had swollen streams throughout the park to impressive volumes. Sentinel Falls would be at peak flow, a spectacle drawing numerous visitors despite lingering cool temperatures. My return wasn't planned. A wildlife photography group I occasionally joined had scheduled their annual spring expedition to document migrating birds that favored the park's varied habitats. The invitation arrived during a particularly monotonous work week, offering welcome escape from office confinement. I accepted without conscious consideration of previous experiences until commitment had already been established. Only when reviewing meeting details the night before did full awareness surface. We would be entering through the eastern access point, following trails that inevitably passed close to Sentinel Falls. The realization triggered immediate physical response: increased heart rate, slight perspiration, momentary lightheadedness familiar from previous encounters with the unexplainable. Rational assessment suggested minimal risk involved. Our group would number 12 experienced outdoor enthusiasts moving together along established trails during daylight hours. Previous research indicated the watcher primarily interacted with solitary individuals who ventured beyond sanctioned viewpoints. Additionally, our offering exchange had apparently concluded whatever interaction the entity sought. Yet instinctive wariness persisted despite logical reassurance. Dreams that night featured flowing water and distant observation, not frightening but unsettlingly reminiscent of actual experiences. Morning arrived with lingering unease beneath manufactured enthusiasm. The photography group assembled at designated meeting point shortly after sunrise. Retirees, nature enthusiasts, and amateur photographers united by appreciation for wilderness documentation. Equipment ranged from professional-grade telephoto lenses to modest consumer cameras, all carried by individuals exhibiting comfortable familiarity with forest environments. Our guide, a retired biology professor specializing in ornithology, outlined planned route encompassing several distinct ecosystems where target species most frequently appeared. His cursory mention of passing the waterfall area midday provoked unexpected tension that I carefully concealed from companions. Initial hiking proceeded uneventfully through gradually awakening forest. Early morning light filtering through emerging foliage created ideal photography conditions. Soft illumination without harsh shadows, wildlife active yet unhurried in morning routines. Conversation remained appropriately subdued, limited to occasional whispered identification of species or technical discussion of optimal camera settings. I found unexpected comfort in group presence. Shared experience grounding perception in collective reality rather than isolated interpretation. When unusual sensations occasionally registered, momentary temperature fluctuations, sound distortions at range limits of normal hearing, context rendered them less significant through ordinary social interaction. Approaching midday, our path gradually converged with trails leading toward Sentinel Falls. The familiar increase in ambient moisture signaled proximity even before water sounds became audible. Vegetation changed accordingly, more ferns among ground cover, moss thickening on northern exposures of trees and rocks, fungi varieties appearing with greater frequency in decomposing organic matter. Our guide announced short break before continuing to official viewing platforms. Group members dispersed slightly within visible range, some photographing small waterfalls along tributary streams, others documenting early spring wildflowers emerging between exposed roots. I remained deliberately central among companions, avoiding isolation while maintaining casual appearance. One photographer, an older woman whose equipment suggested serious dedication to wildlife documentation, approached as I adjusted camera settings. "Have you visited here before?" she inquired conversationally. "A few times," I acknowledged, maintaining focus on equipment to avoid revealing potential discomfort. "Mainly autumn hikes." She nodded thoughtfully, gaze shifting toward the increasing mist visible through trees ahead. "Strange place, isn't it? Something about the atmosphere." Her comment, delivered casually without dramatic emphasis, caused immediate internal alertness. Before responding, I studied her expression, finding neither conspiracy theory enthusiasm nor knowing smirk, just matter-of-fact observation from experienced outdoor enthusiast. "The waterfall creates interesting microclimates," I offered neutrally. "More than that," she replied, voice lowered slightly, though surrounding conversations provided adequate privacy. "You've noticed it too, I can tell. Something watches here." The direct acknowledgement of phenomena I'd attributed to personal experience created conflicting responses. Validation that perceptions might represent objective reality rather than psychological projection, yet discomfort at having experiences identified by stranger through casual observation. "What makes you say that?" I managed, attempting neutral tone despite accelerated pulse. She shrugged, adjusting lens cap with practiced efficiency. "Been coming here 40 years. Some places have personalities. This one observes." The phrasing echoed uncomfortably close to words spoken by the elderly hiker encountered during previous visit. Before pursuing this striking similarity, our guide signaled group reassembly for continued movement. Approaching the main viewing platform required passing through increasingly dense mist generated by the waterfall's impressive spring volume. Droplets accumulated on camera equipment and clothing, creating miniature rainbow refractions where sunlight penetrated vapor clouds. Under normal circumstances, these optical phenomena would merit appreciation rather than suspicion. The platform accommodated our group comfortably, despite several other visitors already present. Standard tourist behaviors manifested around us, photographs taken from optimal vantage points, conversations elevated above natural water sounds, appropriate expressions of appreciation for scenic beauty. Nothing suggested anyone besides myself and possibly the female photographer perceived anything beyond normal wilderness experience. Yet subtle wrongness persisted beneath conventional appearance. Water movements occasionally contradicting gravitational expectations, sound patterns including frequencies slightly beyond comfortable hearing range, shadows moving with marginal independence from casting objects. These anomalies remained sufficiently minimal that conscious attention required for detection, explaining why casual visitors displayed no unusual reactions. Our guide directed attention toward rock formations visible through mist, explaining geological processes that created the waterfall's distinctive appearance. I participated in group observation while maintaining peripheral awareness of surrounding environment, particularly areas downstream where previous manifestations had occurred. Nothing unusual appeared during 30 minutes spent at official viewing areas. The waterfall performed according to natural principles visible to ordinary perception. Wildlife behaved according to established patterns, and atmospheric conditions remained consistent with meteorological expectations. Relief gradually replaced vigilance as normal experience continued uninterrupted. When our guide announced continuation towards meadow areas, likely to host target bird species, I joined group movement without hesitation. The path leading away from Sentinel Falls followed elevated terrain, providing occasional glimpses of the cascade from increasing distance. With each step of separation, subtle tension diminished proportionally. We had progressed perhaps half-mile beyond the falls when unexpected conversation resumed beside me. The female photographer had matched my walking pace, positioning herself for private discussion while remaining visibly part of larger group. "It didn't show itself today," she stated without preamble. "You've seen it though, haven't you?" Direct acknowledgement of experiences I'd shared with no one created immediate internal conflict. Desire for validation competing with protective instinct to maintain silence regarding encounters beyond conventional explanation. After brief hesitation, compromise seemed appropriate. "I've noticed unusual atmospheric effects around the falls," I admitted carefully. Her knowing smile suggested recognition of deliberate understatement. "Most people experience nothing beyond pretty scenery. Others feel watched but dismiss the sensation. Few actually see the guardian." The term, identical to descriptions found in historical research following my initial encounter, confirmed shared phenomenon rather than coincidental linguistic choice. This woman possessed knowledge beyond casual observation, perhaps comparable to information I'd accumulated through personal experience and subsequent investigation. "What do you know about it?" I asked quietly, glancing ahead to ensure conversation remained private despite surrounding group members. She maintained walking pace, attention apparently focused on surrounding forest rather than discussion topic. "Been part of this area long before the park existed. Indigenous peoples recognized it centuries before European arrival. Watches boundaries between worlds, not malevolent, just observant." The description aligned precisely with conclusions drawn from my research and personal interaction. This confirmation from apparently unrelated source suggested objective phenomenon rather than subjective interpretation, something genuinely present rather than psychologically constructed. "Have you encountered it directly?" I inquired, curiosity overcoming caution. "Twice in 40 years, she replied without hesitation. "Once in my 20s when I foolishly ventured off trail during thunderstorm. Second time 15 years later when photographing night scenes during autumn equinox. Both encounters brief, observational rather than interactive. Her experience differed from mine, witnessing rather than exchanging, yet fundamental similarities reinforced growing certainty regarding the watcher's existence and general characteristics. Before pursuing further information, group movement separated us as trail narrowed through dense vegetation. The remainder of our expedition passed without unusual occurrence. Wildlife photography occupied group attention throughout afternoon, resulting in substantial documentation of migratory species and early spring flora. Conversation remained focused on biological and technical subjects, with no further opportunity to continue discussion of Sentinel Falls phenomena. As group members prepared to depart from final gathering point in parking area, the female photographer approached once more, offering business card with contact information. "If you want to discuss your encounters further," she explained quietly. "I've collected accounts from others who've experienced similar phenomena, not for publication or internet speculation, just personal understanding." I accepted her card with mixed emotions. Appreciation for potential information source competing with desire to establish distance from disturbing experiences. Her parting comment resonated uncomfortably, despite casual delivery. "It remembers those it's encountered. The fact you're here in group setting suggests your interaction concluded appropriately. Not everyone manages such clean resolution." With these cryptic words, she departed with other group members, leaving unsettling implications regarding potential outcomes for those whose interactions with the watcher followed different patterns. The suggestion that our exchange of knife for departure constituted appropriate resolution implied alternatives I preferred not contemplating. The drive home provided opportunity for processing this unexpected development. Another witness, apparently credible, experienced, and knowledgeable, had independently confirmed phenomena I'd begun questioning despite vivid memory. Her casual certainty regarding the watcher's existence suggested either shared delusion or genuine encounter with objectively real entity beyond conventional categorization. Days passed while I debated contacting her for further information. Professional obligations and daily routines gradually decreased urgency until the business card became simply another item in desk drawer. Potential connection maintained, but not activated. The compromise satisfied both curiosity regarding expanded knowledge and protective instinct, advising distance from further involvement. 2 weeks later, circumstances forced reconsideration of this comfortable arrangement. While reviewing photographs taken during the group expedition, I discovered an anomalous image captured without conscious intention. The frame, ostensibly documenting early spring foliage along trail leading from Sentinel Falls, contained unexplainable element unnoticed during initial download. Background forest appeared normal in all respects, with expected vegetation and lighting conditions creating pleasant nature scene. What drew immediate attention was partial figure, visible between distant trees. Humanoid shape, lacking distinct features, yet unmistakably present, despite no memory of person occupying that position when photograph was taken. Enlarging the image decreased rather than increased clarity, with figure becoming less rather than more defined through digital enhancement. The form appeared to incorporate elements of surrounding vegetation while maintaining distinctly separate existence, simultaneously part of forest backdrop, yet independently present within scene. Comparison with sequential images taken minutes before and after showed empty forest in identical location, confirming no physical person occupied that position during photography session. The figure appeared in single frame without preceding approach or subsequent departure captured in surrounding images. This tangible evidence, captured through mechanical process rather than subjective perception, eliminated remaining doubt regarding objective reality of phenomena experienced at Sentinel Falls. Whatever watched from those woods existed independently of psychological projection or environmental hallucination, manifesting sufficiently to register on digital sensor through standard optical processes. The business card emerged from desk drawer that evening. Contact information entered into phone with mixture of trepidation and anticipation. Our conversation began cautiously, establishing mutual understanding regarding encounters without detailed disclosure of personal experiences. Arrangements developed for meeting at neutral location, public cafe in town midway between our respective residences. 3 days later, seated at corner table with adequate privacy despite public setting, information exchange proceeded with unexpected directness. The photographer, introducing herself formally as Catherine, presented organized documentation spanning decades of reported encounters around Sentinel Falls and similar locations throughout the region. I've confirmed 67 distinct witness accounts since beginning collection in the 1980s, she explained, voice maintained at conversational level despite extraordinary subject matter. Patterns emerge across reports despite witnesses having no contact with each other. Her organized approach impressed me. Methodical documentation without sensationalism or supernatural interpretation. Each account received clinical categorization based on objective criteria: encounter location, seasonal timing, witness demographics, interaction type, and subsequent effects on individuals involved. The resulting dataset revealed consistent patterns impossible to dismiss as coincidence. Encounters clustered around seasonal transitions, particularly autumn and spring when natural boundaries between growth and dormancy created transitional states. Locations consistently involved water features, especially where significant elevation changes occurred. Witnesses predominantly traveled alone or in pairs rather than larger groups. Most significantly, interaction outcomes fell into distinct categories, with predictable results based on witness response to initial contact. Those who maintained respectful distance while acknowledging presence typically experienced no negative consequences. Those who attempted communication through appropriate means, usually involving symbolic exchange, often reported positive resolution similar to my own experience. The concerning category involved witnesses who responded with fear-driven aggression, deliberate dismissal, or attempt to document the entity through modern technology beyond simple photography. These individuals frequently reported ongoing phenomena following initial encounter: persistent observation sensations, sleep disruption involving water symbolism, and occasional manifestations in previously secure environments, including private residences. The watcher doesn't pursue or stalk in predatory sense, Catherine clarified, anticipating my unspoken concern. But disrespectful interaction appears to create prolonged connection rather than concluded exchange. The observation continues beyond geographical boundaries once established under certain conditions. This explanation contextualized my own experience, the exchange of knife apparently representing appropriate conclusion ritual that severed ongoing connection. Had I departed without offering acceptable resolution, observation might have continued beyond physical proximity to Sentinel Falls. What exactly is it? I asked directly, seeking definition beyond descriptive observations. Catherine's expression combined resignation with analytical precision. Classification depends entirely on conceptual framework. Indigenous perspective would identify guardian spirit associated with boundary location. Religious interpretation might suggest angel or lesser divinity maintaining natural order. Scientific approach would hypothesize undocumented consciousness, existing through alternate physical properties beyond current measurement capabilities. Her deliberately inclusive response avoided commitment to specific explanation while acknowledging multiple interpretative frameworks. This intellectual humility impressed me more than confident proclamation would have. Genuine phenomena frequently elicit exactly this type of categorical uncertainty among honest observers. All frameworks contain partial truth, she continued thoughtfully. What matters practically isn't precise definition, but appropriate interaction protocol when encounters occur. The consistent pattern across centuries suggests stable entity with established behavioral parameters rather than random manifestation of subjective experiences. Our conversation continued several hours, exploring documented cases with similar characteristics to my own encounter. The database contained sufficient reports to establish statistical validity beyond anecdotal coincidence, yet remained unknown within conventional scientific or paranormal research communities, deliberately maintained as private record rather than published analysis, subject to skeptical dismissal or sensationalist distortion. Before departing, Catherine offered access to broader network of witnesses who periodically shared experiences and observations regarding boundary phenomena throughout the region. The invitation tempted through promised validation and expanded understanding, yet potential consequences gave pause. Further involvement might strengthen rather than resolve connection to experiences better left concluded. Consider carefully, she advised, recognizing unspoken hesitation. Many find comfort in shared knowledge and confirmation of experiences society dismisses. Others prefer returning to conventional perspective where explanations remain comfortably familiar, despite inadequately addressing actual phenomena. Both choices are valid depending on individual needs. With this philosophical neutrality, our meeting concluded, information shared without recruitment, validation offered without obligation. I departed with expanded understanding, yet increased uncertainty regarding appropriate response to experiences now confirmed through external verification. Subsequent weeks brought gradual integration of new information within existing perspective. The photograph containing the watcher remained secured in encrypted digital storage, tangible evidence maintaining connection to objective reality while appropriately removed from daily consciousness. Catherine's contact information similarly remained available without demanding immediate utilization. My relationship with Ridgemont National Park achieved balanced equilibrium. Regular hiking resumed along trails distant from Sentinel Falls, allowing wilderness appreciation without re-engaging potentially complicated interactions. When circumstances occasionally required passing near the waterfall, I maintained respectful acknowledgement without seeking direct encounter. Boundary recognition acceptable to both human visitor and apparent guardian. The watcher continued its vigilant observation of boundaries between known and unknown, manifesting for those whose perception allowed recognition while remaining invisible to visitors seeking only conventional wilderness experience. Its existence neither threatened established reality nor demanded acknowledgement, simply maintaining ancient patterns predating human categorization systems. Occasionally, while hiking distant sections of Ridgemont, momentary awareness of observation registers briefly before dissipating. Not unsettling presence, but recognized coexistence. Mutual inhabitants of landscape containing more than immediately visible components. The sensation resembles awareness of wildlife watching from concealment, natural presence rather than supernatural intrusion. The knife remains wherever exchanges occur between different aspects of reality. Physical object transitioning from human ownership to whatever alternative existence accommodates the watcher's requirements. Its loss represents appropriate cost for knowledge gained, connection established, and subsequent release properly negotiated. What watches from Sentinel Falls continues its patient vigilance, preserving boundaries established before human memory, while adapting to changed circumstances surrounding its domain. Those who encounter its manifestation may interpret the experience through individual conceptual frameworks, yet underlying phenomenon remains consistent despite varied terminology applied to its existence. The park contains both ordinary natural beauty and extraordinary manifestations, depending entirely on visitor perception and boundary recognition. Both experiences remain equally valid within their respective frameworks, neither diminishing reality of alternative interpretation. The watcher observes without judgment, maintaining ancient patterns while modern hikers pursue contemporary appreciation of landscapes containing multiple layers of existence simultaneously. Some boundaries deserve respect through appropriate distance rather than aggressive crossing. Some knowledge affects perception permanently without providing definitive explanation. Some encounters conclude properly through mutual recognition rather than enforced categories. These lessons remain whether the watcher manifests as objective entity or symbolic representation of transitional awareness, where different aspects of reality meet like water flowing between levels, creating spaces where observation continues from perspectives beyond ordinary understanding. Summer arrived with increasing temperatures and corresponding rise in park visitation. Tourists populated main trails daily, concentrated around scenic viewpoints, including Sentinel Falls. This human presence created buffer zone between ordinary experience and potential boundary phenomena. The watcher reportedly manifested rarely during peak visitation periods, according to Catherine's documentation. Despite establishing comfortable distance from previous encounters, my intellectual curiosity persisted. The photographer's database provided tantalizing fragments suggesting broader context beyond isolated incidents, patterns extending throughout regional geography and historical documentation. Understanding these connections promised integration of personal experience within comprehensible framework, potentially transforming unsettling encounters into manageable knowledge. Research began cautiously, focusing initially on geographical distribution rather than phenomenon itself. Using public records, historical accounts, and archaeological documentation, I mapped locations where similar reports clustered throughout northwestern woodland regions. The resulting pattern revealed consistent association with specific landscape features. Wherever significant water features intersected dramatic elevation changes, reports increased proportionally to create statistical anomalies impossible to dismiss as random distribution. Sentinel Falls represented merely one node within an extensive network of similar locations, sharing distinctive characteristics. Each site featured water transitioning between elevation levels through significant drop, creating environmental boundaries where different ecosystems intersected. These physical characteristics apparently corresponded with increased boundary phenomena, including watcher manifestations and associated experiences. Historical investigation revealed additional patterns. Indigenous cultures throughout the region designated these specific locations as spiritually significant, not through traditional sacred site protocols but distinctive boundary recognition practices. Archaeological evidence documented ritualized activities at these precise locations dating centuries before European contact, consistently involving symbolic exchanges rather than conventional worship behaviors. Anthropological records indicated specialized terminology in multiple indigenous languages, specifically referencing those who watch from falling water, or comparable phrases depending on translation accuracy. These linguistic markers appeared consistently across otherwise unrelated cultural groups, suggesting observation of objectively real phenomena rather than isolated cultural construction. European settlement brought dramatic reduction in formal recognition of these locations, yet folk practices persisted through modified traditions. Early colonial documents referenced peculiar atmospheres surrounding certain waterfall locations, with subsequent generations developing informal protocols for safe passage involving token offerings at specific sites. These practices continued despite official religious discouragement, suggesting experiential necessity rather than superstitious persistence. Modern documentation revealed continued awareness, despite contemporary scientific frameworks rejecting explanations beyond established categories. Park ranger logs contained numerous incident reports classified as visitor disorientation, concentrated around specific locations including Sentinel Falls. These official records noted statistical anomalies without proposing explanations beyond environmental factors affecting human perception. Throughout research process, I maintained appropriate boundaries, investigating historical and geographical patterns rather than attempting direct re-engagement with phenomena previously encountered. This scholarly distance preserved concluded interaction status, while expanding contextual understanding surrounding the experiences. 3 months into this investigation, sufficient patterns emerged to justify consultation with Catherine regarding preliminary findings. Our meeting occurred at the same neutral cafe, documentation arranged in organized presentation, reflecting academic rather than sensationalist approach to extraordinary subject matter. "You've identified convergent evidence across multiple disciplines," she observed after reviewing materials. "Most researchers focus exclusively on witness accounts or folklore traditions. Few integrate archaeological evidence, geographical distribution, and linguistic markers across cultural boundaries." Her approval validated methodological approach while raising complex implications. If boundary phenomena associated with waterfall locations demonstrated consistent manifestation across centuries, documented through multiple independent sources, traditional dismissal through psychological or cultural explanation became increasingly inadequate. The pattern suggests objective phenomena operating according to consistent parameters, I concluded, maintaining scientific terminology despite extraordinary subject. Whether interpreted through spiritual, psychological, or alternative physics frameworks, something observable exists at these locations with sufficient consistency to generate documentation across diverse human populations throughout recorded history. Catherine nodded thoughtfully, adding personal observation from decades documenting similar phenomena. The consistency extends beyond manifestation to interaction patterns. Appropriate exchange behaviors generate similar results regardless of belief systems involved. This suggests rule-based phenomena rather than subjective experience. Our discussion continued exploring implications of compiled evidence. If watcher phenomena operated according to consistent parameters across centuries, potential existed for establishing formal understanding beyond individual anecdotal experiences. The resulting framework might allow development of appropriate interaction protocols for those encountering boundary manifestations, while simultaneously preserving scientific perspective regarding unexplained phenomena. "Have you considered publication?" Catherine asked, carefully, acknowledging academic risks associated with controversial subject matter. The question prompted immediate internal conflict, desire for broader validation, competing with protective instinct toward carefully established professional reputation. Academic standing required maintenance of conventional boundaries regarding acceptable research topics, with career implications for transgressing established parameters. Not through traditional channels, I acknowledged, after thoughtful consideration. Formal publication would require theoretical framework acceptable within current scientific paradigm. Evidence suggests phenomena operating beyond established categories, creating immediate rejection regardless of methodological rigor. Catherine accepted this assessment with knowing resignation, having navigated similar terrain throughout decades, documenting boundary phenomena. Her approach, maintaining private database while sharing information through carefully established networks of qualified individuals, represented practical compromise between documentation needs and protection from inevitable dismissal by conventional institutions. There's another approach worth considering, she suggested, introducing alternative direction for accumulated research. Historical documentation suggests practical application rather than theoretical understanding motivated traditional knowledge systems regarding boundary phenomena. Indigenous practices focused on appropriate interaction protocols rather than explanatory frameworks. This perspective shifted research emphasis from understanding what watched from falling water toward establishing how interactions should proceed when encounters occurred. Historical evidence suggested centuries of accumulated human experience had developed functional protocols maximizing positive outcomes during boundary encounters. Knowledge preserved through cultural practices, despite absence of explanatory frameworks acceptable to modern scientific establishments. Practical wisdom rather than theoretical explanation, I summarized, recognizing valuable direction shift, focusing on what works rather than what explains. This approach aligned with personal experience. The knife exchange had apparently concluded interaction appropriately, despite occurring without comprehensive understanding of the watcher's nature or origin. Perhaps complete explanation remained unnecessary for practical navigation of boundary phenomena, similar to how early sailors utilized stellar navigation effectively, despite lacking astrophysical understanding of observed celestial bodies. Our collaboration expanded following this conceptual reorientation. Catherine introduced additional witnesses whose experiences contributed valuable data regarding successful interaction protocols during boundary encounters. These individuals represented diverse backgrounds, from traditional knowledge keepers maintaining indigenous practices to accidental witnesses who intuitively developed appropriate responses during unexpected encounters. Common elements emerged across seemingly disparate accounts. Successful interactions typically involved 1. Acknowledgement of presence without aggressive approach. 2. Offering of personally significant item rather than random object. 3. Verbal or symbolic expression of boundary recognition and respect. 4. Deliberate conclusion, ritual, signaling interaction completion. These protocols functioned effectively regardless of witness belief systems, working equally well for traditionally spiritual individuals, secular rationalists, and those maintaining agnostic uncertainty regarding phenomena classification. The consistent results suggested rule-based reality rather than belief-dependent manifestation. My contribution involved documenting geographical parameters, predicting potential encounter locations. By analyzing topographical features alongside historical incident clusters, predictive mapping identified locations throughout the region where boundary conditions supported potential watcher manifestations. This practical application transformed abstract research into useful resource for individuals potentially navigating encounter situations. The resulting collaborative document, Practical Protocols for Boundary Locations, a Field Guide, combined Catherine's decades of witness documentation with my geographical and historical research. Rather than attempting explanation of phenomena origins, the guide focused entirely on practical navigation of potential encounters, empowering readers with accumulated wisdom without demanding theoretical acceptance. Limited distribution maintained appropriate boundaries between public information and specialized knowledge. Copies provided to individuals with demonstrated need rather than general publication. Rangers working specific locations received anonymously submitted copies, as did search and rescue personnel, frequently responding to disorientation incidents in boundary areas. Additional distribution targeted indigenous knowledge keepers, maintaining traditional practices at identified locations. This practical application of research findings provided significant closure regarding personal experiences at Sentinel Falls. Understanding my encounter within broader context normalized extraordinary experience without diminishing its significance, simultaneously validating personal perception while establishing appropriate distance through scholarly perspective. Autumn approached with cooling temperatures and decreasing park visitation. Ridgemont's forests began annual transformation from green uniformity to vibrant diversity, creating natural celebration of seasonal boundaries perfectly aligned with research focus. As personal connection to accumulated knowledge deepened, unexpected development forced reconsideration of established boundaries regarding direct engagement with phenomena previously encountered. Email communication from Catherine arrived containing digital photographs submitted by a recent park visitor. The image, captured at Sentinel Falls during late afternoon hike, showed familiar waterfall backdrop with distinctive anomaly visible in peripheral area. Enlargement revealed dark figure positioned among trees, proportions matching previously observed manifestations, but with crucial addition. Clearly visible object held in appendage resembling hand. The held item appeared identifiable as knife, with distinctive handle matching father's hunting blade offered during previous encounter. This physical connection between concluded personal interaction and continuing manifestation challenged established assumption regarding appropriate resolution. If exchange truly represented conclusion, why would the watcher continue displaying surrendered object months after interaction completion? Additional information accompanied the photograph, timestamp confirming recent capture rather than historical documentation, photographer details establishing credible witness unfamiliar with previous incidents, and precise location data placing sighting at identical position to personal encounter months earlier. This development created immediate decision requirement: maintain established distance from concluded interaction, or investigate potential continuing connection through deliberate return to encounter location. Practical wisdom suggested respectful distance, while intellectual curiosity advocated controlled investigation under established protocols documented through research. After thorough consideration, compromise approach emerged. Return to Sentinel Falls would occur during specifically selected conditions, maximizing safety while enabling observation without necessitating direct interaction. Late autumn weekday with forecasted overcast conditions would minimize general visitation while providing adequate daylight for safe navigation. Additional precautions would include 1. Notification of trusted individual regarding exact itinerary. 2. Scheduled check-in communications at predetermined intervals. 3. Maintenance of established trails rather than venturing toward isolated locations. 4. Observation from designated viewpoints without seeking direct engagement. 5. Carrying appropriate offering should unexpected interaction occur, despite preventive measures. This structured approach balanced investigative necessity against established wisdom regarding boundary respect. The purpose involved clarification rather than resumption, determining whether continued manifestation with familiar object represented unfinished interaction requiring additional resolution, or simply established pattern unrelated to personal connection. The selected date arrived with appropriate conditions: heavy cloud cover discouraging casual visitation without threatening dangerous precipitation, temperatures cool but not prohibitive for extended outdoor activity, autumn foliage past peak display, reducing tourist presence to minimal levels. Park entrance revealed empty visitor center parking with single ranger vehicle indicating standard monitoring without special circumstances. Hiking familiar trails toward Sentinel Falls produced expected physical sensations: moderate exertion, ambient woodland sounds appropriate to season, occasional wildlife movements visible through increasingly bare forest understory. Normal environmental experience persisted until approximately 1 mile from the waterfall location, where subtle atmospheric shift occurred despite absence of visual or auditory anomalies. The transition manifested as slight pressure change perceptible in sinus cavities and inner ear structures, similar to elevation adjustments during air travel, but occurring without actual altitude variation. This physiological response aligned with documented accounts describing boundary proximity sensations reported by multiple witnesses in Catherine's database. Continuing forward with heightened awareness, additional subtle anomalies accumulated gradually. Slightly delayed sound echoes from footsteps on rocky sections, momentary peripheral movements without identifiable sources, temperature variations unrelated to canopy coverage or wind patterns. These phenomena remained within parameters documented as normal boundary indicators, rather than escalating to direct manifestation level. The main viewing platform appeared ahead, completely vacant despite accessibility and spectacular seasonal display. Water volume had decreased from spring levels, but maintained impressive flow, creating standard mist clouds and impact turbulence where Cascade met collection pool. Nothing visibly unusual presented within normal observational parameters. I maintained position at official viewing area, establishing clear intention through predetermined verbal statement despite apparent absence of audience beyond normal woodland inhabitants. I've observed the continued display of exchanged items and seek clarification regarding interaction status. No additional engagement is requested beyond information regarding proper conclusion if previously established protocols were insufficient. No immediate response followed this declaration. Water continued falling without disruption. Ambient forest sounds maintained appropriate rhythms. Light conditions remained consistent with general weather patterns. For approximately 20 minutes, nothing occurred beyond ordinary environmental processes. Then subtle shift registered at subconscious level before conscious perception identified specific change. The waterfall sound altered slightly, not volume or flow rate, but acoustic properties affecting how sound waves traveled through surrounding air. The modification created unusual clarity, where certain frequency ranges became distinctly perceptible despite distance from source point. Within this altered acoustic environment, pattern emerged resembling structured communication rather than random variation. The water sounds organized into rhythmic sequences with distinct pauses between groupings, suggesting deliberate formation rather than natural flow patterns. Though lacking linguistic components recognizable through conventional understanding, the sequences conveyed unmistakable intentionality. I remained motionless, allowing sensory systems to adapt to modified perception parameters. Additional anomalies manifested gradually, air movements around the platform occurring in patterns unrelated to thermal currents or wind direction, light refraction through mist creating sustained, rather than momentary rainbow formations, vegetation near water's edge moving in coordinated patterns, despite individual stems lacking physical connection. These phenomena matched documented accounts of active boundary conditions without crossing threshold into direct manifestation observed during previous encounter. The experience suggested intentional communication through environmental adjustment rather than physical appearance. More subtle interaction respecting established boundaries while acknowledging registered presence. After approximately 40 minutes, environmental conditions returned to normal parameters through equally gradual transition. Water sounds resumed standard acoustic properties. Air movements followed natural thermal patterns. Light refraction returned to expected physical behavior based on atmospheric conditions. The shift concluded with sudden clarity regarding knife display in recent photograph. Not indication of unfinished business, but confirmation of exchange acknowledgement. The understanding formed without conventional information transfer mechanisms, yet carried absolute certainty, transcending subjective interpretation. The watcher had displayed the exchanged item not as request for additional interaction, but as demonstration of maintained agreement between parties, recognition of concluded communication, rather than continuation invitation. This revelation provided complete resolution to lingering questions regarding encounter status. The boundary between human visitor and watching entity remained appropriately established, exchange protocols had functioned as intended, and continued separate existence proceeded with mutual recognition, rather than ongoing obligation. Nothing further required action or resolution from either participating consciousness. I departed Sentinel Falls with profound sense of completion, transcending mere intellectual understanding. The research documenting boundary phenomena across geographical locations and historical periods retained scientific validity and practical application. The personal experience maintained appropriately integrated status within larger understanding. The watching presence continued its ancient observational role, without requiring human categorization or explanation. The practical protocols document would continue distribution to appropriate recipients, potentially preventing negative outcomes during future encounters without necessitating theoretical frameworks beyond individual comfort zones. Indigenous wisdom, historical documentation, and contemporary experience had successfully integrated into functional approach, transcending explanatory limitations while preserving practical utility. Ridgemont National Park contained wilderness beauty, accessible through conventional understanding, alongside boundary phenomena perceptible to appropriately attuned awareness. Both realities coexisted without contradiction or conflict, parallel experiences available according to perceptual frameworks brought by individual visitors. The watching presence acknowledged those capable of recognition while remaining appropriately invisible to those unprepared for expanded awareness. What watches from falling water continues its patient observation across countless locations where boundaries between different aspects of reality permit interaction under specific conditions. Those encountering its manifestation may interpret through frameworks ranging from spiritual guardian to interdimensional entity to psychological projection, each perspective containing partial validity without encompassing complete understanding beyond human categorical limitations. Some knowledge remains experiential rather than explanatory, practical rather than theoretical, mysterious rather than defined. The watcher embodies this understanding through continued existence beyond classification systems, while operating according to consistent interaction parameters when boundaries temporarily thin between different aspects of reality. Winter descended upon Ridgemont with characteristic severity, heavy snowfall transforming familiar landscapes into temporarily alien terrain, freezing temperatures creating crystalline formations where water previously flowed freely, shortened daylight hours limiting wilderness access to brief windows between dawn and dusk. Park visitation decreased to occasional hardy enthusiasts specifically equipped for extreme conditions rather than casual tourists seeking scenic views. During this seasonal dormancy, my research continued expanding through historical archives and indigenous knowledge preservation projects. Winter traditionally represented storytelling season among native cultures throughout the region. Elders sharing accumulated wisdom during long evenings when outdoor activities remained necessarily limited. This traditional timing made accessing cultural knowledge regarding boundary phenomena surprisingly accessible through properly respectful channels. Several indigenous knowledge keepers, after establishing my sincere interest and respectful approach, shared traditional understandings regarding watching entities associated with waterfall locations. Their perspectives emphasized relationship rather than explanation, how different aspects of reality maintained appropriate connections through boundary guardians, ensuring proper separation while permitting occasional necessary communication across established divisions. The watchers existed before people came to these lands, one elder explained during extended conversation. They maintain boundaries between worlds that must remain separate for proper functioning, yet require occasional interaction for balanced existence. They observe without judgment, ensuring passages occur only when appropriate conditions align and proper protocols maintain respectful interaction. This relational understanding contrasted with Western categorical approach, seeking definitive classification within established frameworks. Indigenous perspective suggested some phenomena inherently resist final explanation, while operating according to consistent principles discernible through accumulated experience rather than theoretical models. This wisdom aligned precisely with practical protocols emerging from research collaboration with Catherine. As winter deepened toward solstice, unexpected communication arrived from previously unknown source. A university anthropology professor studying indigenous storytelling traditions had encountered Catherine's contact information through academic networks focused on folklore preservation. His research revealed historical documentation of ceremonial gathering traditionally occurring at Sentinel Falls during winter solstice, specifically addressing watching entities through collective acknowledgement. The recorded practice hasn't occurred in living memory, his detailed message explained. Historical documentation indicates participation from multiple tribal representatives gathering at specific waterfall locations during solstice to maintain appropriate boundary recognition through formal exchange protocols. The ceremony reportedly prevented boundary deterioration that might otherwise result from extended seasonal freezing of waterfall flows. This information introduced previously unconsidered dimension to boundary phenomena research. If watching entities maintained connections with flowing water serving as physical manifestation of metaphysical boundary, seasonal interruption through freezing might potentially disrupt established patterns maintained through centuries of consistent interaction. Traditional gatherings potentially served practical function beyond mere cultural observation or supernatural supplication. Further investigation through historical weather records revealed concerning pattern. Years featuring complete freezing of Sentinel Falls during winter months statistically correlated with increased incident reports surrounding the location during subsequent spring seasons. These incidents, categorized through Park Service records as visitor disorientation events requiring rescue intervention, occurred with significantly higher frequency following winters when water flow ceased completely for extended periods. Indigenous ceremonial gatherings had apparently served practical function, maintaining boundary stability during seasonal transitions, when natural mechanisms temporarily suspended. The discontinued practice, interrupted through colonial displacement and subsequent cultural disruption, potentially explained increased modern incidents during specific seasonal patterns, matching conditions currently developing in Ridgemont. Weather forecasts predicted historically low temperatures continuing through upcoming solstice period, with Sentinel Falls expected to freeze completely for first time in 17 years. Without traditional ceremonies maintaining appropriate boundary recognition during this critical transition period, potential existed for significant disruption to established interaction patterns carefully documented through collaborative research. The situation required difficult decision regarding appropriate response. Personal involvement carried potential risks given previous direct encounters with boundary phenomena. Professional reputation concerns remained relevant, considering mainstream academic dismissal of subject matter beyond established categories. Practical limitations included severe weather conditions, making wilderness access dangerous even for experienced individuals properly equipped for extreme environments. After thorough consideration involving consultation with Catherine and selected Indigenous advisors, compromise approach emerged balancing various considerations. A small group would conduct abbreviated ceremony, acknowledging watching entities and offering appropriate exchanges during winter solstice at Sentinel Falls. The gathering would include 1. Indigenous knowledge keeper maintaining traditional understanding of proper ceremonial protocols. 2. Catherine representing accumulated contemporary documentation of boundary phenomena. 3. Myself contributing geographical and historical research perspective. 4. The anthropology professor bringing academic observation balanced with appropriate respect. This limited participation acknowledged ceremonial significance without attempting large-scale recreation of traditional gatherings that rightfully belonged within specific cultural contexts. The purpose focused on practical boundary maintenance rather than spiritual or academic objectives, addressing potential physical disruption through appropriate acknowledgement protocols documented across diverse sources. Preparation involved practical considerations beyond ceremonial aspects. Winter conditions required specialized equipment for safe wilderness navigation, insulated clothing layers, traction devices for icy terrain, emergency supplies ensuring survival should unexpected circumstances delay return to civilization. Communication protocols established regular check-ins with outside contacts monitoring expedition progress through satellite devices, functioning beyond cellular coverage limitations. The solstice morning arrived with temperature readings reaching historic lows, frozen landscape glistening under clear skies that promised spectacular visibility while guaranteeing brutal cold. Our small group assembled at park entrance before dawn, reviewing final safety protocols while preparing equipment for challenging hiking conditions. The indigenous elder, introducing himself simply as Joseph, conducted brief blessing ceremony before departure, establishing appropriate mindset for approaching boundary locations with necessary respect. The trail to Sentinel Falls, normally requiring 90 minutes, extended into a 3-hour journey through snow-covered terrain, requiring careful navigation around ice-encased obstacles. Conversation remained minimal during transit, partly conserving energy in challenging conditions, but primarily maintaining appropriate solemn preparation for ceremonial purpose. Each participant carried small offerings selected according to personal significance rather than material value, following documented protocol patterns maximizing successful boundary interactions. Approaching the falls revealed dramatic transformation from familiar appearance, where water normally thundered continuously. Now massive ice formations created crystalline sculpture, seemingly suspended in mid-flow. Sunlight refracting through translucent surfaces created rainbow projections across surrounding snow-covered landscape. The scene presented breathtaking natural beauty, while simultaneously emphasizing profound wrongness. Dynamic boundary converted to static display through seasonal interruption. Joseph paused at trail junction, leading to viewing platform, conducting brief, personal ceremony before proceeding further. His practiced movements demonstrated lifetime familiarity with protocols appropriate for boundary approaches, establishing permission rather than assuming access rights. Only after completing these preparations did he signal readiness for continued advancement toward primary ceremonial location. The main viewing platform provided adequate space for our small gathering despite partial snow coverage, reducing usable surface area. Joseph directed positioning according to traditional parameters, participants forming semicircle facing frozen waterfall with specific orientation, aligning solar position with geographical features. Individual placement apparently carried significance beyond practical arrangement, suggesting ceremonial mapping reflecting larger cosmological understanding. The watching ones respond to intention and respect rather than specific words or actions, Joseph explained, while removing ceremonial items from his pack. Different peoples develop different approaches, but underlying recognition remains consistent across traditions. We acknowledge boundaries requiring maintenance while offering exchange demonstrating respect for necessary separation. The ceremonial process unfolded through careful stages blending traditional elements with practical considerations adapted for contemporary circumstances. Small fire established in portable container provided both practical warmth and symbolic transformation medium. Botanical elements, cedar, sage, sweetgrass, produced aromatic smoke carrying ceremonial significance, while physical molecules traveled boundary spaces between participants and frozen waterfall. Joseph's spoken components incorporated indigenous language phrases alongside English translations, ensuring understanding among participants while maintaining traditional formulations carrying centuries of accumulated meaning. The content emphasized relationship, rather than supplication, acknowledging mutual existence within shared landscape while respecting necessary separations between different aspects of reality. Each participant presented individual offerings through ceremonial process involving statement of personal intention, followed by physical placement at designated location. Catherine contributed handcrafted journal containing witness accounts documenting boundary encounters. The anthropologist offered traditional tobacco acquired through appropriate indigenous sources. My contribution involved topographical map documenting boundary locations throughout regional watershed systems. Throughout ceremony, ambient conditions remained physically normal, yet perceptually altered. Standard winter forest environment experienced through heightened awareness, creating distinctive ceremonial atmosphere. The frozen waterfall reflected sunlight without unusual patterns. Surrounding vegetation remained appropriately static in windless conditions, and wildlife absence matched expected behavior during extreme temperature conditions. As ceremonial components neared completion, subtle atmospheric changes accumulated gradually, not dramatic manifestations, but progressive shifts in perception parameters similar to previous boundary encounters. Air density appeared to fluctuate slightly, creating visual distortion reminiscent of heat mirages despite freezing temperatures. Sound transmission acquired unusual clarity, where distant forest noises registered with unexpected precision. Light reflection through ice formations produced sustained rather than transitional rainbow effects, maintaining consistent positions despite changing solar angles. Joseph acknowledged these manifestations through ceremonial response, indicating expected development rather than concerning anomaly. His practiced movements and confident continuation suggested witnessing anticipated ceremonial progression rather than unexpected phenomena requiring adaptation. The ceremony continued through predetermined stages without interruption, despite increasingly apparent boundary thinning effects surrounding our small group. The culmination approached with solar position, reaching ceremonial alignment appropriate for solstice observance. Joseph indicated final offering stage, requiring simultaneous presentation of remaining ceremonial elements, while maintaining specific positional arrangement, reinforcing boundary recognition patterns. The precise timing apparently held particular significance regarding transitional moments during seasonal extremes, when natural boundaries underwent maximum stress through environmental conditions. As this critical juncture approached, dramatic transformation occurred without warning. Massive cracking sounds echoed across the viewing area as frozen waterfall sections shifted position, not through temperature change causing melting, but apparently through internal pressure building within ice structures. Large crystalline formations fractured along multiple planes, creating momentary impression of impending collapse, threatening participant safety. Instead of falling, separated ice sections remained suspended in physically impossible configurations, massive weight unsupported by visible means, yet maintaining precise positions, creating three-dimensional pattern throughout previously solid formation. The resulting configuration resembled frozen explosion captured mid-process, with hundreds of individual ice fragments hanging motionless in complex arrangement defying gravitational expectations. Within this transformed environment, boundary manifestation occurred beyond previous experience parameters. Rather than singular watching entity appearing at specific location, multiple presence indicators manifested simultaneously throughout suspended ice array. Each major fragment contained subtle darkness, suggesting entity partial manifestation, creating impression of fragmented consciousness distributed across physical environment, rather than unified presence occupying specific location. Joseph maintained ceremonial focus despite unprecedented manifestation scale, continuing final ritual components with practiced precision, indicating preparation for various potential development scenarios. His calm procedural adherence communicated confidence through established protocols, despite extraordinary circumstance presentation, providing stability anchor for less experienced participants encountering boundary phenomena exceeding previous documentation. The distributed manifestation stabilized momentarily then underwent secondary transformation as individual fragments began emitting subtle illumination from interior darkness. The effect resembled bioluminescence observed in deep marine organisms, but occurring within solid ice structures suspended throughout the frozen waterfall. This internal light source created complex shadow patterns across snow-covered landscapes surrounding the viewing platform, forming recognizable symbolism, matching petroglyph documentation from archaeological sites throughout the region. The anthropologist gasped audibly while retrieving documentation materials from his pack, apparently recognizing specific symbolic patterns representing significant cultural markers known through academic research. Catherine maintained observational focus while recording manifestation details through written notation and occasional whispered comments into small recording device. Joseph continued ceremonial process without interruption, suggesting experience with similar manifestations through traditional knowledge transmission. My own response combined academic observation with visceral recognition, intellectual categorization, documenting unprecedented phenomena occurring simultaneously with intuitive understanding beyond rational explanation. The boundary between scholarly researcher and direct participant blurred through immediate experience, transcending theoretical frameworks, creating integrated perception incorporating multiple awareness levels operating simultaneously. As manifestation intensity peaked, communication occurred without conventional sensory input. Information transferred directly through awareness modification rather than symbolic representation requiring interpretation. The content conveyed complex understanding regarding boundary maintenance functions served by watching entities, natural systems incorporating non-physical components, ensuring different reality aspects maintained appropriate separation while permitting necessary interaction under specific controlled conditions. The watching presence, normally manifesting as singular entity at Sentinel Falls, actually represented localized expression of distributed consciousness, extending throughout regional watershed systems. Seasonal freezing interrupted physical manifestation medium without affecting underlying consciousness, creating temporary discontinuity, requiring acknowledgement through ceremonial recognition, re-establishing appropriate relationship patterns. This direct information transfer occurred without linguistic structure, yet conveyed precise conceptual understanding, transcending normal communication limitations. Each participant apparently received information components aligned with individual perspective and understanding capacity. Joseph, nodding with recognition of concepts aligned with traditional knowledge. Catherine, documenting confirmation of research patterns. The anthropologist experiencing academic framework expansion, incorporating previously dismissed indigenous wisdom validity. The manifestation reached maximum intensity, then began gradual recession phase, suspended ice fragments slowly resuming normal physical behavior through sequential rather than simultaneous movement. Individual sections descended at controlled pace, reconnecting with main ice formation through precise alignment, restoring apparent natural configuration, while maintaining subtle interior illumination visible only through direct observation under specific awareness conditions. As physical manifestation returned toward normal parameters, final communication occurred through brief but intense awareness modification. The content conveyed appreciation for ceremonial acknowledgement, while confirming establishment of appropriate boundary maintenance continuation through winter season. Additional information suggested similar acknowledgement would benefit multiple regional locations experiencing parallel seasonal transition challenges through interrupted water flow serving as physical manifestation medium. Joseph completed ceremonial closure sequences as manifestation concluded, ensuring appropriate transition from direct interaction to separated existence while maintaining respectful recognition of continued presence beyond active communication phase. His practiced movements demonstrated generations of accumulated wisdom regarding proper boundary interaction protocols preserved through cultural transmission, despite historical disruption. Our small group remained at the viewing platform through brief recovery period, allowing integration of extraordinary experience within individual processing frameworks. Joseph offered traditional beverages supporting physical recovery, while simultaneously serving ceremonial conclusion function. Conversation remained minimal, despite numerous potential discussion topics, each participant apparently requiring personal integration time before attempting verbal exchange regarding shared experience, exceeding conventional descriptive capacity. The return journey proceeded without incident beyond normal winter hiking challenges. Weather conditions remained stable, equipment functioned as designed, and navigation followed established routes without disorientation, despite significant emotional and psychological processing occurring simultaneously with physical travel. Check-in communications maintained scheduled intervals, providing security confirmation for external contacts, monitoring expedition progress. Upon returning to park entrance facilities, our group conducted brief debriefing session establishing documentation protocols while respecting ceremonial aspects requiring appropriate privacy. Joseph provided guidance regarding which observed elements could be appropriately recorded for research purposes versus ceremonial components, deserving protection from academic dissection. This balanced approach respected indigenous knowledge sovereignty while permitting appropriate information preservation, serving practical boundary interaction purposes. The following weeks provided integration period, allowing extraordinary experience incorporation within existing research frameworks without forced categorization exceeding evidence parameters. The anthropologist contributed valuable academic perspective, documenting historical ceremonial practices, now confirmed through direct observation. Catherine updated witness account database with appropriately anonymized documentation, preserving experience details while respecting privacy considerations. Joseph facilitated connection with additional indigenous knowledge keepers, maintaining parallel traditions at different regional boundary locations. My contribution focused on geographical documentation establishing correlation between boundary manifestation locations and watershed system interconnections. The resulting mapping revealed network patterns previously unrecognized through isolated location analysis, suggesting distributed consciousness manifesting through connected water systems rather than independent phenomena occurring at separate locations. This perspective transformed understanding from individual entity encounters to interconnected boundary system maintenance functioning throughout regional ecosystem. Spring approached with gradual temperature increase releasing frozen waterways through natural seasonal transition. Monitoring systems established at Sentinel Falls documented normal flow resumption without unusual incident patterns, suggesting successful boundary maintenance through winter interruption period. Continued observation throughout subsequent seasons confirmed significant reduction in visitor disorientation incidents compared with statistical predictions based on extended freezing duration. The solstice ceremony represented turning point in boundary phenomena research, moving beyond documentation of individual experiences toward practical application, preserving balanced relationship between different aspects of reality, sharing geographical space, while maintaining necessary separation. The watching presence continues its ancient observation role throughout connected waterway systems, occasionally manifesting when appropriate conditions align with necessary communication requirements. What watches from falling water maintains boundaries established before human presence, while adapting to changing circumstances affecting physical manifestation mediums. Those encountering its presence may interpret through various conceptual frameworks, while sharing common practical interaction protocols, ensuring appropriate relationship maintenance despite theoretical differences. The ceremonial acknowledgement tradition continues through adaptive contemporary forms, respecting indigenous wisdom, while incorporating broader participation when appropriate circumstances require expanded recognition. Reality contains multiple simultaneous truths operating at different perception levels without contradiction. Scientific understanding describing physical processes, traditional wisdom, preserving relationship knowledge, contemporary documentation, establishing practical interaction protocols. These approaches coexist within expanded awareness, embracing partial understanding while acknowledging inherent limitations within any single interpretive framework. The watcher continues observing from boundaries between worlds requiring separation, while occasionally permitting necessary interaction under appropriate conditions. Those encountering its manifestations participate in ancient relationship patterns, extending beyond individual experience into broader, interconnected systems, maintaining balanced existence across multiple reality aspects, sharing physical geography, while occupying different perceptual dimensions. 2 years have passed since the winter solstice ceremony at Sentinel Falls. During this period, significant changes occurred in both external circumstances and personal understanding regarding boundary phenomena associated with waterfall locations throughout Ridgemont National Park and surrounding watershed systems. The collaborative research project initiated through Catherine's witness documentation and my geographical analysis has expanded into formally structured study involving multiple disciplines, each contributing valuable perspective while respecting inherent limitations within individual methodological frameworks. The anthropologists secured modest university funding supporting cultural practice documentation, specifically addressing traditional ceremonial approaches to boundary locations. Joseph facilitated appropriate indigenous participation, ensuring research respected cultural protocols while benefiting from traditional knowledge, preserved through generations of careful transmission. My own involvement evolved from individual researcher seeking personal understanding toward coordination role facilitating communication between diverse participants approaching common phenomena through different conceptual frameworks. This position required careful balance between academic rigor, practical application, and appropriate respect for knowledge systems operating beyond conventional scientific categorization schemes. Seasonal ceremonies now occur at major boundary locations throughout the regional watershed system, conducted through collaborative participation involving indigenous knowledge keepers, academic observers, and selected individuals demonstrating appropriate relationship capacity through previous boundary encounters. These gatherings follow traditional timing, corresponding with critical seasonal transitions, winter and summer solstices, spring and autumn equinoxes, when boundary conditions naturally fluctuate through astronomical and meteorological influences. Documentation continues through carefully designed protocols respecting ceremonial privacy, while preserving practical information benefiting broader understanding. The resulting knowledge base expands steadily through consistent observation rather than dramatic revelation, incremental understanding accumulating through patient documentation across multiple seasons and locations rather than spectacular individual incidents. Personal relationship with Ridgemont National Park has achieved comfortable equilibrium between ordinary appreciation and extraordinary awareness. Regular hiking throughout the park's extensive trail system continues providing physical exercise and psychological refreshment without requiring constant boundary awareness. Periodic participation in ceremonial gatherings maintains appropriate acknowledgement of watching presence without demanding continuous engagement beyond necessary interaction points. Sentinel Falls remains significant location within this evolving understanding, not through avoidance or fearful respect, but appropriate recognition of its function within larger interconnected system. Visits occur regularly without dramatic manifestations or unusual experiences disrupting normal wilderness appreciation. The watching presence continues its observation role without requiring acknowledgement beyond established ceremonial patterns, maintaining appropriate boundary relationship. The knife offered during initial encounter remains unrecovered, continuing its transition from personal possession to boundary exchange token through processes transcending conventional physical understanding. This exchange represents appropriate cost for knowledge gained rather than sacrifice requiring replacement or compensation. Some gifts establish relationships continuing beyond initial transaction, creating ongoing connections maintained through mutual recognition rather than repeated material exchange. Catherine's documentation project continues expanding through carefully verified witness accounts collected through increasingly sophisticated interview protocols, differentiating genuine boundary encounters from imagination or exaggeration. The resulting database provides valuable resource supporting individuals experiencing similar phenomena without established conceptual frameworks adequately explaining their experiences. This practical approach offers validation without requiring theoretical acceptance beyond individual comfort zones. Joseph's contribution extends beyond ceremonial leadership to include educational outreach within appropriate indigenous contexts, preserving traditional knowledge while adapting transmission methods addressing contemporary circumstances. Young community members receive guidance regarding boundary interaction protocols through carefully structured teaching, combining traditional wisdom with practical application relevant to modern wilderness experiences. This knowledge transfer ensures cultural continuity, while acknowledging changed circumstances surrounding ancestral territories, now designated as public parklands. The anthropologist's academic contribution provides valuable documentation preserving ceremonial practices through appropriate scholarly frameworks, respecting indigenous knowledge sovereignty. His published articles maintain careful balance between academic rigor and cultural respect, providing sufficient documentation supporting scholarly validity while avoiding exploitative exposure of ceremonial elements requiring protection from inappropriate dissemination. This work establishes important precedent regarding responsible academic engagement with indigenous knowledge systems. My own perspective continues evolving through this ongoing collaborative experience. Academic training initially approached boundary phenomena as objects requiring classification within established theoretical frameworks, categorizing experiences according to predetermined schemas, validating understanding through familiar terminology. This approach gradually transformed toward relationship-based understanding, resembling indigenous perspectives, respecting phenomena as participants within mutual interaction systems, rather than passive subjects requiring external explanation. The watching presence extending throughout watershed systems maintains ancient patterns predating human categorization schemes, while adapting to changed circumstances affecting traditional interaction methods. Whether interpreted as spiritual entity, interdimensional consciousness, or emergent natural phenomenon within expanded ecosystem understanding, practical interaction protocols remain consistently effective across diverse conceptual frameworks. This pragmatic functionality transcends theoretical disagreements regarding ultimate classification or explanation. Personal understanding continues developing through combined approaches, scientific methodology documenting observable patterns, traditional wisdom preserving relationship knowledge, and direct experience providing experiential understanding transcending intellectual categorization. These complementary perspectives operate simultaneously rather than competitively, each contributing valuable dimension toward comprehensive understanding exceeding limitations inherent within individual approaches. Regular visits to Sentinel Falls now occur without expectation or apprehension, simply acknowledging location significance within larger system while appreciating natural beauty through ordinary perception. The watching presence continues observation without requiring special acknowledgement beyond established ceremonial patterns, maintaining appropriate boundary recognition. This normalized relationship preserves extraordinary awareness within ordinary experience without demanding continuous conscious engagement, disrupting natural wilderness appreciation. Last autumn, during regular hiking expedition along familiar trails, I encountered unexpected evidence of continued boundary presence beyond ceremonial contexts. Photography documenting seasonal foliage captured subtle manifestation visible only during later review. Familiar darkness partially visible between distant trees, positioned observing rather than approaching, maintaining appropriate separation while acknowledging mutual recognition through momentary presence within recordable spectrum. This casual acknowledgement without dramatic manifestation represented evolved relationship transcending initial encounter intensity. Comfortable coexistence replacing unsettling discovery through established mutual understanding. The watching presence continues fulfilling ancient observation role while permitting occasional recognition, confirming continued relationship without demanding extraordinary interaction, disrupting normal boundary maintenance. The knife remains wherever exchanges occur between different aspects of reality. Physical object transitioning from human ownership to boundary token through processes operating beyond conventional understanding. Its continued absence represents appropriate cost for knowledge gained through extraordinary experience, rather than loss requiring replacement. Some exchanges continue generating value beyond initial transaction, creating ongoing relationship maintained through mutual recognition rather than repeated material transfers. What watches from falling water continues its patient vigil throughout interconnected watershed systems, maintaining boundaries established before human categorization schemes, while adapting to changed circumstances affecting traditional interaction patterns. Those encountering its manifestations may interpret through diverse conceptual frameworks while sharing common practical understanding regarding appropriate relationship maintenance, transcending theoretical differences. Reality contains multiple simultaneous truths, operating at different perception levels without contradiction. Scientific understanding describing physical processes, traditional wisdom preserving relationship knowledge, contemporary documentation establishing practical interaction protocols. These approaches coexist within expanded awareness, embracing partial understanding, while acknowledging inherent limitations within any single interpretive framework. The watcher remains, not supernatural entity demanding worship, nor psychological projection requiring therapeutic intervention, nor undiscovered natural phenomenon awaiting scientific classification. Its existence transcends categorical limitations while operating according to consistent patterns, discernible through patient observation and respectful interaction. Some phenomena remain appropriately mysterious, while simultaneously permitting practical relationship development through accumulated experience rather than comprehensive explanation. Ridgemont National Park contains both ordinary natural beauty, accessible through conventional perception, and extraordinary boundary phenomena available to appropriately attuned awareness. Both realities coexist without contradiction or conflict, parallel experiences available according to individual perception rather than competing interpretations requiring selection between mutually exclusive alternatives. The seasons continue their eternal cycle at Sentinel Falls, water flowing freely during warmer months, freezing into crystalline formations during winter extremes, returning to liquid movement through spring thaw. Throughout these physical transformations, the watching presence maintains consistent observation role, sometimes visible through direct manifestation, occasionally perceptible through subtle awareness modification, always present beyond conventional perception through boundary maintenance functions predating human presence in these ancient landscapes. Some boundaries deserve respect through appropriate acknowledgement rather than aggressive crossing. Some knowledge affects perception permanently, without providing definitive explanation. Some encounters conclude properly through mutual recognition rather than enforced categorization. These lessons remain whether the watcher manifests as objective entity or symbolic representation of transitional awareness, where different aspects of reality meet like water flowing between levels, creating spaces where observation continues from perspectives beyond ordinary understanding. The campfire cast jagged shadows across our site as evening settled over Pine Ridge State Park. It was mid-July 2017, and I had just turned 17, old enough to think I knew everything about these woods after spending nearly every summer of my life exploring them. My parents sat with the Wilsons, passing a thermos of coffee between them while discussing tomorrow's hiking plans. Their laughter mingled with the crackling flames, creating a comfortable bubble that I was increasingly eager to escape. Across the fire, my friend Jasper caught my eye and nodded slightly. After 7 years of friendship, we barely needed words to communicate. It was time for our traditional midnight exploration, a ritual that had started when we were 12 and had become increasingly daring each year. Going to grab something from the tent, I announced casually, standing and stretching. My mother barely glanced up, waving her hand in acknowledgement. 5 years of well-behaved camping trips had earned me this trust, this freedom to move about without constant supervision. Jasper followed suit, mumbling something about needing his jacket. We retreated to our respective tents, where I grabbed my flashlight and pocket knife. Not that I expected to need it, but carrying it made me feel prepared, mature. When we reconvened behind the restroom building at the edge of the campground, excitement buzzed between us. "Where to tonight?" Jasper whispered, his breath forming small clouds in the unexpectedly cool summer air. I pointed toward a trail I'd noticed earlier that day, not one of the marked paths we typically explored, but a narrow deer trail that disappeared into a denser section of forest. "That way, I want to see where it leads." "You sure? Looks pretty dark in there." Jasper hesitated, his usual enthusiasm dampened by something I couldn't quite identify. "What's wrong? Scared?" I teased, knowing full well that would be enough to goad him into agreement. He punched my shoulder lightly. "As if. Let's go." Looking back now, I recognize that initial hesitation for what it was, instinct warning us away from something we weren't prepared to face. But at 17, instinct meant less to me than pride. And so we stepped off the safety of the campground and into the waiting dark. The first 10 minutes of our trek passed without incident. We kept our flashlights off, allowing our eyes to adjust to the darkness naturally. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting enough glow to illuminate the path immediately ahead. The familiar sounds of the forest surrounded us. Distant owls, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, the soft percussion of our own footsteps on packed earth. "Remember last year when we found that abandoned ranger station?" Jasper said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Think we might find something cool like that again?" "Maybe something better," I replied, confidence masking the faint unease growing in my stomach. Something felt different tonight. The air hung heavier, somehow thicker in my lungs. And despite the typical forest sounds, there was an underlying quiet that seemed unnatural, as if the woods were holding something back. We pushed deeper along the deer trail, which gradually narrowed until branches scraped against our shoulders from both sides. The trees here were older, their trunks wider and their presence more imposing. Moss hung from their branches in gray-green curtains, occasionally brushing against my face with unexpected dampness that made me flinch. 20 minutes in, the trail curved sharply, and we found ourselves in a small clearing. The moonlight that had guided us thus far suddenly vanished as clouds drifted across the night sky. Complete darkness enveloped us, the kind that seems to press against your eyeballs and make you doubt whether they're open at all. "Flashlights?" Jasper suggested, his voice higher than usual. "Just for a second," I agreed, clicking mine on briefly to scan our surroundings. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing a circle of ancient trees surrounding the clearing. Their bark was blackened, as if they had survived a fire long ago, and their branches reached toward each other overhead like arthritic fingers. At the center of the clearing stood what appeared to be the remains of a stone fire pit, long abandoned and partially reclaimed by moss and lichen. "This is new," I murmured, switching off my light. "Let's check it out." As we approached the fire pit, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. I attributed it to the loss of tree cover in the clearing, but something primal in my brain suggested otherwise. The stones of the pit were arranged in a perfect circle, and at its center lay the charred remains of logs that looked more recent than I would have expected for an abandoned campsite this far from the marked trails. "Someone's been here," Jasper said, crouching to examine the ashes. "Not too long ago either." That's when I first noticed the silence. Complete, absolute silence. No owls, no rustling leaves, no scurrying creatures. Even the persistent hum of summer insects had ceased. It was as if the forest had suddenly emptied of all life, except our own. "Let's keep going," I said, not wanting to admit how unsettled I felt. "There's probably another trail on the other side of the clearing." Jasper nodded, though I could see reluctance in the set of his shoulders. We crossed the clearing quickly and found, as I had predicted, another narrow path leading deeper into the woods. But as we stepped onto it, a soft sound reached my ears. Not quite a voice, but somehow reminiscent of one. A whisper, just at the threshold of hearing. "Did you say something?" I asked Jasper, who shook his head slowly, eyes widening. "I thought you did," he replied. We both turned back toward the clearing, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. Nothing disturbed the unnatural stillness. After a moment of hesitation, we continued forward, but something fundamental had changed. We were no longer two friends on an adventure. We were intruders in a place that was acutely aware of our presence. 30 minutes into our expedition, it became painfully clear that we had strayed much farther than ever before. The trail we followed became increasingly erratic, widening into what almost resembled a proper path before narrowing again to little more than a game trail. Twice, it seemed to disappear entirely, forcing us to guess at its continuation. "We should turn back," Jasper suggested, no longer bothering to hide the anxiety in his voice. "This is way past our usual limit." I wanted to agree with him, but pride kept me pushing forward. "Just a little farther," I insisted. "I want to see where this goes." That's when we heard it again, the whisper. This time it was clearly not our imagination. The sound floated through the darkness from somewhere ahead of us, formless syllables that almost but not quite resolved into words. It raised the hair on my arms, sending electric currents of adrenaline racing through my body. "What was that?" Jasper's voice cracked. I switched on my flashlight, sweeping the beam through the trees ahead. Nothing but more forest, twisted trunks and undergrowth that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. "Probably just the wind," I said, though we both knew there was no wind tonight. The air remained completely still, almost suffocating in its density. We moved forward more cautiously now, with both flashlights on. The beams created pools of harsh light that made the surrounding darkness seem even more impenetrable. Our footsteps seemed unnaturally loud against the background silence, each snap of a twig like a gunshot announcing our presence. The whispers continued intermittently, sometimes seeming to come from directly ahead, sometimes from behind, sometimes from both directions simultaneously. They never quite formed coherent speech, but they carried a distinctly human quality that made them all the more disturbing. "I think we're being followed," Jasper whispered, his eyes darting nervously. I started to dismiss his concern, but then caught movement at the edge of my flashlight beam, a shadow shifting between trees in a way that couldn't be explained by our own movements. My heart hammered against my ribcage as I swung the light back, but whatever I'd seen was gone. "We need to go back," I conceded finally, my voice barely audible. We turned around only to face a devastating realization. The path behind us no longer looked familiar. What should have been a clear trail had somehow transformed into an indistinct jumble of undergrowth and fallen branches. Nothing looked the same as it had minutes before. "Which way did we come from?" Jasper asked, panic edging into his voice. I spun in a slow circle, trying to identify anything recognizable. All directions looked equally foreign, equally threatening. The forest had somehow rearranged itself around us, or perhaps our fear had simply distorted our perceptions. Either way, we were lost. "I think it was this way," I said, pointing in what seemed the most likely direction. But even as we started walking, doubt gnawed at me. The whispers grew more frequent, more insistent, as if encouraged by our confusion. After 10 minutes of increasingly desperate wandering, we stumbled upon another clearing. Not the one with the stone fire pit, but a smaller space dominated by a massive fallen tree. The trunk, easily 5 feet in diameter, lay across the ground like a colossal barrier. "I don't recognize this at all," Jasper said, his voice trembling. "We're going the wrong way." I was about to respond when another whisper cut through the darkness, this one clearer than any before. It sounded almost like a name, though not one I recognized, and it seemed to come from directly behind us. We whirled around, flashlights raised like weapons. That's when we saw her. The beam of my flashlight caught her mid-crawl, illuminating a figure so unexpected that for several seconds, my brain refused to process what I was seeing. A woman, or what appeared to be a woman, moved through the underbrush on all fours, her movements erratic and jerky like a marionette with tangled strings. Her clothes hung in tatters, covered in dark stains that my mind immediately classified as mud, though a more disturbing possibility lurked at the edges of my consciousness. Her hair was a matted mess, sticking out in clumps as though it hadn't been washed or brushed in weeks. But most disturbing was her face, gaunt, dirt-streaked, with eyes that reflected my flashlight beam with an unnatural intensity. Jasper's grip on my arm tightened to the point of pain. Neither of us spoke. We just stared as the woman continued her strange, crawling approach, mumbling words that made no sense, fragmented phrases and numbers strung together without coherence. "Help," she finally said, a word clear enough to pierce through the fog of our terror. "Help me." I took an involuntary step backward, almost tripping over a root. Everything about this situation screamed danger, yet something in her desperation prevented me from simply running away. "Are you hurt?" I managed to ask, my voice sounding foreign to my own ears. She pulled herself to a kneeling position, swaying dangerously. Up close, I could see her eyes were bloodshot, the pupils dilated to alarming size. A chemical smell emanated from her, not just body odor, but something sharper, medicinal. "My camp," she slurred. "Need to find my camp. They're out here. They're watching." "Who's watching?" Jasper asked, his voice barely audible. The woman's head snapped toward him with unnatural speed. "The trees have eyes," she whispered, then laughed. A sound so devoid of humor it made my stomach clench. "They don't want us here. Never wanted us here." I exchanged glances with Jasper, a silent conversation passing between us. Whatever had happened to this woman, whether drugs, alcohol, mental illness, or some combination, she needed help. Despite every instinct screaming at me to run, I couldn't abandon her. "We can help you back to the campground," I offered, taking a cautious step forward. She stared at me for an uncomfortably long moment, then nodded jerkily. When she tried to stand, her legs buckled, and I rushed forward instinctively to catch her. Her body felt disturbingly light, almost insubstantial in my grasp. "Which way?" she asked, her head lolling back to look at the canopy above. That was the crushing question, wasn't it? We were lost ourselves, but admitting that would surely panic her further, possibly triggering an unpredictable reaction. "This way," I said with a confidence I didn't feel, choosing the direction that seemed most likely based on the density of the undergrowth. Established trails, even unmarked ones, tended to have less dense floor cover, and so began one of the most harrowing journeys of my life. Two terrified teenagers supporting a delirious woman through pitch-black woods, with only our flashlights and desperate hope to guide us. The going was painfully slow. The woman could barely coordinate her movements, requiring Jasper and me to support most of her weight between us. Her height, she must have been over 6 feet tall, made this awkward, forcing us to hunch uncomfortably as we navigated the uneven forest floor. Every few minutes, she would freeze completely, her body going rigid as she stared intently into the darkness beyond our flashlight beams. "They're following," she would mutter, or "they're circling," her voice dropping to a barely audible whisper. Each time, despite knowing better, I would find myself scanning the shadows, half expecting to see figures moving just out of sight. The forest seemed to close in around us as we walked. Branches that should have been stationary appeared to reach toward us, forcing us to duck and weave. Roots seemed to rise from the ground specifically to trip us. And always, that unnerving silence persisted, broken only by our labored breathing, the woman's occasional mumblings, and the soft but persistent whispers that I could no longer attribute solely to her. "What's your name?" I asked after we'd been walking for what felt like hours, partly to break the oppressive quiet and partly to assess her lucidity. She turned her head toward me with that same unsettling quickness. "Veronica?" she said after a prolonged pause. "I think, yes, Veronica." She spoke as if testing the name, uncertain of its fit. "I'm Justin," I lied, unwilling to give my real name. "This is Jay. Jasper shot me a grateful glance for the same deception. "You shouldn't be here," Veronica said, suddenly more coherent than she had been since we found her. "These woods don't like visitors after dark." "We're just trying to get back to the campground," Jasper said, his voice strained from the exertion of supporting her. "Campground," she repeated, then laughed that same humorless laugh. "Yes, safety in numbers, but not safe enough. Never safe enough when they decide you shouldn't be here." "When who decides?" I couldn't help asking. Veronica didn't answer directly. Instead, she began humming a tune I didn't recognize, dissonant notes that seemed to clash with the natural sounds of the forest. The effect was jarring, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. After what felt like an eternity of stumbling through darkness, with Veronica alternating between eerie humming and muttered warnings, I spotted a faint glow through the trees ahead. Hope surged through me. Artificial light meant people, civilization, safety. "Look," I said to Jasper, pointing. "I think that's a campsite." As we drew closer, the glow resolved into the dying embers of a campfire. Around it sat 4 figures, their faces indistinct in the low light. Relief washed over me, though it was tempered by the strange stillness of the scene. The figures weren't talking or moving, just sitting, staring into the dying fire as if entranced. "Hello?" I called out cautiously. "We need some help here." One of the figures looked up slowly, then stood with a fluid motion that seemed somehow wrong. As he approached, the faint firelight revealed a man in his 40s, unshaven and bleary-eyed. "Ronnie," he called, squinting at us. "That you?" Veronica straightened slightly at the sound of his voice. "Jim," she said, the name coming out slurred but recognizable. The man, Jim, came closer, smelling strongly of alcohol. "Where'd you wander off to, Ronnie? Been gone for hours." There was something off about his concern. It seemed performative rather than genuine, as if he were reading lines from a script he didn't fully understand. The other figures by the fire remained motionless, still staring at the embers. "Found her in the woods," I explained, carefully transferring Veronica's weight to Jim. She seemed lost. Jim nodded, supporting Veronica with surprising steadiness given his apparent intoxication. "She wanders sometimes, especially after she takes her medication. Thanks for bringing her back." The casual way he dismissed what should have been a terrifying ordeal struck me as profoundly wrong. Veronica had been crawling through the woods in the middle of the night, confused and frightened, and he acted as if she'd merely stepped away to use the bathroom. "Is she okay?" Jasper asked, voicing my own concern. "Should we call someone? A ranger maybe, or—" "She's fine," Jim cut him off firmly. "Just needs to sleep it off. We appreciate your help, boys. You should get back to your own camp now. It's late." With that dismissal, he turned and led Veronica back to the fire. The other figures, 2 men and a woman, I could now see, barely acknowledged their return. One of them handed Veronica a bottle, which she drank from deeply before collapsing onto a camp chair. Jasper and I stood awkwardly at the edge of their campsite, unsure whether to press the issue or leave. Everything about the situation felt wrong, but we had no authority to intervene, and the adults clearly wanted us gone. "Let's go," I finally whispered to Jasper, tugging his sleeve. "This isn't our problem anymore." As we turned to leave, Veronica called after us, her voice suddenly clearer than it had been all night. "They're still out there. Don't go back into the trees alone." We quickened our pace, eager to put distance between ourselves and the unsettling campsite. By some miracle, or perhaps because we were following a more established path this time, we found our way back to the main campground in less than 20 minutes. The familiar sight of numbered sites and parked cars never looked so welcome. Our own campsite was just as we had left it, parents still chatting by the fire, completely unaware of the ordeal we had just experienced. According to my watch, we had been gone for nearly 3 hours, though it felt both shorter and longer simultaneously. "Have a good walk?" my father asked casually as we approached the fire. "Yeah," I replied, unable to formulate a more comprehensive lie in my exhausted state. "Just the usual." As we settled into chairs by the fire, I caught Jasper's eye across the flames. The firelight couldn't disguise his pallor or the slight tremor in his hands as he accepted a marshmallow from his mother. Neither of us was ready to discuss what had happened, perhaps because putting it into words would make it all too real. The normalcy of our campsite felt surreal after what we had experienced. Our parents continued their conversation about tomorrow's fishing plans, occasionally drawing us in with questions that we answered automatically, our minds elsewhere. The juxtaposition was jarring. Here, marshmallows and ghost stories. There, just a mile or so away, something profoundly wrong that none of these adults seemed aware of. We did our best to explain the location, though our nighttime journey had been confusing and circuitous. Keith made notes, occasionally asking clarifying questions about landmarks or trail intersections. "I'll need to take your names and your campsite number," he said finally, "in case we need to follow up with any questions." We provided the information, though I felt a twinge of anxiety about potentially getting in trouble for our off-trail excursion. Keith seemed more concerned with finding the illegal campers than reprimanding us, however. "I'm sending a team out right away," he assured us. "If these people are camping illegally, especially with someone in the state you described, we need to intervene immediately. Thank you for reporting this." As we turned to leave, Keith called after us. "One more thing. Did either of you notice any unusual markings? On trees, rocks, or the people themselves?" The question caught me off guard. "What kind of markings?" Keith hesitated, as if debating how much to share. "We've had reports of unusual activity in these woods in recent years. Unofficial campsites with strange symbols carved into nearby trees. Just wondering if you noticed anything like that." I thought back to the blackened trees surrounding the clearing with the fire pit, but couldn't recall seeing any specific markings. "No, nothing like that. Why? Is there something going on here we should know about?" "Just routine questions," Keith said, his tone suddenly professional and dismissive. "Thanks again for the report. Try to stay on marked trails from now on, okay? For your safety." The warning felt ominous as we walked back to our campsite, the morning sun doing little to dispel the sense of unease that had settled over us. "He knows something," Jasper muttered. "There's more going on here than he's saying." I nodded in agreement. "Let's pack up and suggest we move on to the next site on our itinerary. I don't want to spend another night here." Agreed. When we returned to our campsite, our families were awake and preparing breakfast. We managed to convince them that we'd heard from other campers about better fishing at Lake Holloway, the next stop on our planned route. After some discussion, they agreed to pack up and leave after lunch rather than staying another night as originally planned. As we dismantled our tents and loaded the cars, I kept glancing toward the forest edge, half expecting to see Veronica or her companions watching us. The woods looked innocuous in daylight, just trees and undergrowth, nothing sinister. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something observed our departure with satisfaction. Just before we drove away, a park ranger vehicle sped past our site, heading toward the trailhead nearest to where we had encountered Veronica. I never found out what, if anything, they discovered. 7 years have passed since that night at Pine Ridge State Park. I'm 24 now, with a degree in psychology that was perhaps influenced by my desire to understand what happened, both to Veronica and to Jasper and me. I've researched various explanations for our experience: shared hallucinations, drug-induced psychosis, though neither of us had consumed anything that might explain such vivid delusions, and even legitimate paranormal phenomena. Jasper and I remain friends, bonded partly by an experience we've never fully shared with anyone else. We've tried, once or twice, to tell the story at parties when the conversation turns to scary experiences, but we always end up sanitizing it, removing the elements that made it truly terrifying. The impossibility of the changing trails, the whispers that seemed to come from the forest itself, the unnatural behavior of Veronica and her companions. 3 months after that night, we looked up news reports from the area, searching for any mention of a woman named Veronica or unusual incidents in Pine Ridge State Park. We found nothing conclusive, though there was a brief article about rangers discovering an unauthorized campsite deep in the woods, complete with a stone fire pit. The article mentioned signs of ritualistic activity, but provided no details. We also discovered in our research that the park had a history spanning back to the 1800s, including a period when it was used as grounds for a tuberculosis sanatorium. Patients with advanced cases were sometimes housed in outlying cabins, isolated from both the general population and other patients. These fragments of information provided possible rational explanations for what we experienced, but somehow the explanations never quite satisfied either of us. There was something in those woods that defied conventional understanding, something that didn't want us there. I haven't gone camping since that summer. Jasper has, though never alone and never in densely wooded areas. He prefers open desert campgrounds now, places where you can see for miles in every direction, places where nothing can hide. Sometimes on particularly quiet nights when I'm alone in my apartment, I think I hear it again, that soft whisper just at the threshold of hearing. A voice that isn't quite a voice, saying words that aren't quite words. During these moments, I turn all the lights on and play music loud enough to drown out any sounds that might come from the corners of my room. And I never, ever look out the window into the dark. Because the most terrifying revelation came nearly a year after our experience, when I finally worked up the courage to call Pine Ridge State Park and ask to speak with Ranger Keith. I wanted closure, explanations, anything to help me make sense of what had happened. The woman who answered informed me, with audible confusion, that they had never employed a ranger by that name. When I described him, mid-20s, brown hair, the exact uniform he had been wearing, she put me on hold to consult with her supervisor. When she returned, her voice was noticeably cooler. "Sir, I'm not sure what you're trying to pull, but we haven't had a ranger matching that description in over 40 years. There was a Keith Jameson who worked here in the 1970s, but he disappeared during a routine patrol. His body was never found." I hung up without responding, my hands shaking so badly I dropped the phone. Because I suddenly remembered one detail we had omitted from our report to Ranger Keith. The stone fire pit in the first clearing had contained ashes that looked fresh, and sitting beside them, partially buried but still visible, was a park ranger badge, blackened by fire but with the name still legible, Keith Jameson. Whatever dwells in those woods doesn't just whisper, it watches, it waits. And sometimes when it finds someone suitable, it wears their face and continues its patient hunt for more unwary visitors who venture too far from the light. I have always found peace in isolation. As a 29-year-old woman living in an urban landscape constantly buzzing with activity, I discovered early that my energy depletes rapidly in crowds and regenerates in solitude. The endless stream of social interactions and obligations that constitute modern life often left me overwhelmed and yearning for escape. Not the kind of escape that involves exotic destinations or elaborate plans, but rather the simple act of being alone in nature, surrounded by trees instead of buildings, listening to birdsong instead of car horns. The conservation area became my sanctuary approximately 18 months ago. Located adjacent to the Pinehurst Golf Club and bordered by the Riverside subdivision, this modest woodland offered an accessible retreat just 15 minutes from my apartment. What made it particularly appealing was how surprisingly empty it could be during certain hours or weather conditions that deterred casual visitors. My colleagues often expressed concern about my solitary excursions. "Isn't it dangerous to go there alone?" they would ask with genuine worry. I would explain that the area was well patrolled, with signs indicating surveillance cameras throughout the property. The proximity to residential areas and the regular presence of dog walkers and photographers made it feel secure despite its natural setting. In truth, I never felt threatened there until November of last year. My preference for visiting during unpopular hours developed organically. I discovered that early mornings on weekdays, late afternoons when the temperature dropped, or during light precipitation significantly reduced the number of visitors. These conditions created the perfect environment for me to decompress. The fewer people I encountered, the more authentic my connection with nature felt. Looking back now, I recognize how my quest for solitude inadvertently increased my vulnerability. The very conditions I sought, fewer witnesses, reduced visibility, challenging weather, created the perfect opportunity for someone with malicious intent. At the time, however, I believed I was making reasonable choices, After all, I still visited during daylight hours and remained in a managed conservation area with nearby civilization. The rhythm of these visits became therapeutic for me. Each week, I would identify days with suboptimal weather forecasts and plan my visits accordingly. I documented bird sightings, practiced outdoor skills, and simply allowed myself to exist without the constant stimulation of modern life. Sometimes I brought a sketchbook, other times a field guide for local flora. Occasionally, I brought nothing at all, preferring to walk mindfully through the landscape, absorbing its details without artificial filters. November brought shorter days and colder temperatures, conditions that typically guaranteed me the privacy I craved. The conservation area transformed during this season, shedding its vibrant autumn colors for more subdued tones of brown and gray. The reduced foliage offered clearer sightlines through the woods, which I appreciated for wildlife spotting. It never occurred to me that this improved visibility worked both ways, making me equally observable to anyone watching from a distance. The Riverside Conservation Area spans approximately 200 acres, a modest size compared to state parks, but substantial enough to create a sense of immersion in nature. The primary trail forms a figure-8 pattern with various smaller paths branching off into specific ecosystems. Wetlands to the east, deciduous forest in the center, and the pine plantation to the northwest. The area's diversity within a relatively compact space made it ideal for regular visits, as each section offered different experiences throughout the seasons. The pine plantation particularly fascinated me. Unlike the rest of the conservation area, which followed natural succession patterns, the plantation represented human intervention. Orderly rows of mature pine trees planted decades ago for timber harvest that never occurred due to changing land management policies. The trees stood tall and uniform, creating cathedral-like spaces between their trunks. The ground beneath remained relatively clear except for a thick carpet of russet pine needles, making it easier to walk through than the denser undergrowth elsewhere. The plantation existed off the official trail network, requiring deliberate navigation to reach. Most visitors stuck to marked paths, making this section particularly deserted. I appreciated how the acoustics changed there, the pine needles absorbing sound and creating a profound stillness, unlike anywhere else in the conservation area. The air carried a distinct resinous scent, especially potent on warmer days or after rain when the moisture activated the aromatics in the needles. During previous visits, I had spotted an owl residing in this section, a barred owl that seemed relatively habituated to human presence if one approached carefully. The sighting had thrilled me, and I documented it meticulously in my nature journal, including sketches and behavioral notes. Finding the owl again became one of my objectives during subsequent visits. The main parking lot served as the primary access point, with space for approximately 20 vehicles. On typical weekends, the lot filled to capacity, but during inclement weather or weekday afternoons, finding it nearly empty wasn't unusual. A bulletin board displayed trail maps, wildlife alerts, and notices about conservation activities. Multiple signs warned visitors about surveillance cameras throughout the property, a detail that had previously provided comfort rather than raising questions about why such security was necessary. I had established familiar patterns during my visits. I would park, check the bulletin board for any new notices, and then head directly to whichever section matched my mood or objectives for the day. The pine plantation had become a frequent destination, particularly when I wanted to practice navigation skills or search for the resident owl. Its location approximately half a mile from the parking lot meant few casual visitors ventured there, especially during unpleasant weather. In retrospect, I realize how predictable my behavior had become. Anyone observing the area regularly could anticipate where a solitary visitor might head, particularly one who clearly valued isolation. The very routines that brought me comfort created a vulnerability I had never considered, a pattern that could be studied and exploited. November 8th arrived with a particular atmospheric moodiness that I found appealing. Temperatures hovering around 40 degrees, a light drizzle that discouraged most outdoor enthusiasts, and a dense fog that transformed the familiar landscape into something more atmospheric. Perfect conditions for solitude. I arrived at approximately 4:15 p.m., knowing daylight would begin fading within 2 hours, but confident I could complete my planned activities before darkness set in. The parking lot appeared empty from a distance, exactly as I had hoped. As I pulled in, however, I noticed a vehicle positioned in the far corner, a blue pickup truck with mud splattered across its lower panels and wheel wells. The make and model weren't immediately apparent through the foggy conditions, but its presence registered as unusual. Typically, the few vehicles present during inclement weather belonged to dog walkers, who generally drove sedans or small SUVs. A figure sat in the driver's seat, visible as a dark silhouette behind rain-streaked windows. I felt the weight of observation as I gathered my backpack and locked my car, though I couldn't definitively confirm the person was watching me. The sensation triggered a momentary unease that I quickly dismissed. Public parking lots naturally create situations where people observe others. Nothing inherently threatening existed in the scenario. My agenda that afternoon centered on practicing navigation skills with a compass I had recently purchased. The conservation area provided an ideal training ground, familiar enough to prevent actually becoming lost, but varied enough to present legitimate navigational challenges. The pine plantation, with its grid-like arrangement of trees, offered perfect conditions for practicing straight-line travel and triangulation techniques. I followed the main trail for approximately 10 minutes before reaching the unmarked access point leading to the plantation. No official sign marked this transition, only subtle indicators familiar to regular visitors. A slight widening in the understory, a game trail more prominent than others, the visible shift in tree species ahead. I checked my compass and identified my first landmark, a particularly tall pine approximately 300 yards ahead that stood slightly apart from its neighbors. The transition from trail to off-trail travel required pushing through a section of denser vegetation that formed a natural boundary around the plantation. The recent rain amplified every sound, branches scraping against my jacket, my boots squelching in mud, the persistent patter of droplets striking leaves. These natural sounds masked other movements, creating an auditory vulnerability I hadn't considered. Approximately halfway to my targeted landmark, a distinct sound broke through the ambient noise, branches snapping and undergrowth rustling in a pattern inconsistent with wildlife movement. The directionality indicated the sound originated from the trail access point I had used minutes earlier. I turned, expecting to see a dog walker who had decided to venture off-trail. Instead, I saw him, the driver from the blue pickup truck. He stood partially obscured by the boundary vegetation, wearing a dark green rain jacket with the hood pulled up, obscuring much of his face. His posture suggested he had frozen mid-step when I turned, creating an unnaturally still silhouette against the mist-shrouded background. The distance between us, perhaps 70 yards, should have provided comfort, but something about his positioning created immediate discomfort. The pine plantation entrance lay well off the main trail circuit, requiring deliberate deviation from the marked path. No casual walker would have randomly selected this particular direction without specific purpose. Instinctive alarm triggered within me, immediately tempered by rational counter-arguments. I had diagnosed anxiety that occasionally manufactured threats where none existed. The conservation area remained open to all visitors. No one needed justification for exploring any section. Perhaps he simply found the plantation interesting as I did. Perhaps he sought shelter from the rain beneath the dense canopy. To test my suspicion, I abruptly altered course, turning 180 degrees and walking directly back toward the main trail. This decision abandoned my navigation practice but would reveal whether his presence represented coincidence or concerning pattern. A legitimate hiker would likely continue their own trajectory, perhaps puzzled by my sudden departure but unaffected by it. He followed. Not immediately, but after a brief hesitation, his path adjusted to mirror mine. I increased my pace slightly, not rushing but moving purposefully. When I reached the denser boundary vegetation, I pushed through quickly and returned to the main trail, then paused as if consulting my compass. Through peripheral vision, I observed him emerging from the same vegetation screen moments later. The sequence of events defied innocent explanation. The plantation covered substantial acreage. No reason existed for him to exit at precisely the same point unless he was tracking my movements. He maintained approximately 50 feet of distance, close enough to keep visual contact, but far enough to appear non-threatening to potential observers. I abandoned any pretense of normal activity and walked briskly toward the parking lot, no longer stopping to observe surroundings or check my compass. The 10-minute inbound journey collapsed to 7 minutes on the return. Throughout this retreat, awareness of his continued presence registered through occasional glimpses and the sound of footsteps maintaining consistent distance. Reaching the parking lot provided no relief. His truck remained in the corner spot, and as I hurried to my vehicle, I felt his gaze tracking my movements. I drove away, taking an intentionally circuitous route home, watching my rearview mirror for any sign of a blue pickup truck following. None appeared, but the experience left me profoundly disturbed. The week following the incident transformed ordinary activities into exercises in hypervigilance. I found myself scanning parking lots for blue pickup trucks, studying the faces of men in public spaces, and second-guessing my established routines. Sleep became fragmented, interrupted by replays of the encounter that morphed into more threatening scenarios than what actually occurred. Despite this disruption, I gradually began rationalizing the experience. Perhaps he had indeed been looking for the same owl I had previously spotted, having heard about it through local birding networks. Perhaps he actually lived nearby and regularly walked that section, explaining his familiarity with the off-trail area. Perhaps my obvious discomfort had made him uncomfortable, causing him to leave when I did out of social awkwardness rather than malicious intent. I discussed the incident with 2 friends over coffee, carefully describing the sequence of events and my interpretation. Their responses illustrated the spectrum of reaction such situations typically generate. One friend insisted I should never return to the conservation area alone, while the other suggested I was overreacting to a harmless coincidence. Neither perspective fully resonated with my own uncertainty. The thing is, I explained to them, nothing actually happened. He didn't approach me, didn't speak to me, didn't threaten me. He just walked in the same area I did. That's how it starts, my cautious friend countered. Predators test boundaries before escalating. Or maybe he's just a guy who likes walking in the woods, my other friend offered. You said yourself it's a public space. Their conflicting viewpoints mirrored my internal debate. Had I experienced a genuine threat or manufactured one from ambiguous circumstances? The uncertainty itself became exhausting, carrying the emotional weight of a threatening encounter while simultaneously questioning whether the threat existed at all. 5 days after the incident, I decided to return to the conservation area, partly to reclaim my sense of safety in a place that had provided such comfort, and partly to prove to myself that coincidence, not targeting, explained the previous encounter. I selected a different time slot, late morning rather than late afternoon, and checked weather forecasts to ensure conditions differed from the previous visit. Sunshine replaced rain, though temperatures remained cold. This visit proceeded without incident. I stayed on marked trails, encountered several other visitors including a birding group, and saw no sign of a blue pickup truck in the parking lot. The experience partially restored my confidence, suggesting the previous encounter represented an isolated incident rather than a pattern. The incident began fading into memory, classified as unsettling but ultimately inconsequential. 10 days later, the sighting of a barred owl outside my apartment complex rekindled my interest in wildlife observation. The conservation area's resident owl came to mind, and I decided to make another visit specifically to search for it. A critical error in judgment followed. I reverted to my previous visitation pattern, late afternoon timing to align with owl activity periods. Weather selection favoring isolation, a cold, damp day following overnight rain, and destination choice prioritizing the pine plantation where I had previously spotted the owl. Without consciously acknowledging it, I recreated conditions nearly identical to those during the concerning encounter, albeit 2 weeks removed. November 24th arrived with a penetrating chill and saturated landscape. Overnight rain had ceased, but heavy cloud cover retained moisture in the atmosphere, creating a clinging dampness that penetrated layers of clothing. The conservation area's parking lot contained just 2 vehicles when I arrived at 3:45 p.m., a red sedan with heavily tinted windows parked near the trailhead, and a gray hatchback positioned closer to the exit. No blue pickup truck appeared present, allowing me to exhale tension I hadn't realized I was holding. Equipment for this visit included binoculars, a small field notebook, and the same compass from my previous navigation practice. My objective focused entirely on relocating the barred owl, which previous observations suggested would become active as daylight diminished. I knew returning to the pine plantation meant revisiting the location of my uncomfortable encounter, but rational assessment suggested minimal risk given the different circumstances and absence of the blue truck. The main trail appeared transformed by recent precipitation. Sections normally firm underfoot had become slick with mud, requiring careful navigation of puddles and saturated areas. The dampened environment absorbed sound, creating an unusual stillness interrupted only by occasional water droplets falling from branches. Few fallen leaves remained, the majority having been plastered to the ground by rain or removed by maintenance crews earlier in the season. Approximately 20 feet along the trail, the distinctive sound of footsteps registered behind me. Someone else had entered the trail shortly after I had. The timing seemed coincidental rather than concerning, likely another visitor who had arrived while I organized my equipment. I continued at my established pace, expecting the follower to either overtake me or divert onto one of the alternative paths that branched from the main trail. Neither occurred. For several minutes, the footsteps maintained consistent distance, matching my pace precisely. When I paused briefly to observe a woodpecker working on a dead tree, the sounds behind me ceased. When I resumed walking, so did they. The pattern triggered uncomfortable déjà vu, but I reminded myself that coincidental timing explained the parallel movement. The trail offered limited options until reaching the first major junction, approximately a quarter-mile ahead. Reaching that junction, I deliberately selected the less traveled path leading toward the pine plantation rather than continuing on the popular loop trail. This decision point would reveal whether the person behind me happened to share my destination or was deliberately matching my movements. I quickened my pace slightly after making the turn, putting additional distance between us. The sounds of pursuit momentarily faded, suggesting the follower had continued on the main path. Relief lasted approximately 30 seconds before I detected renewed movement behind me. Quieter now, as though attempting to mask their approach. I maintained my forward trajectory while mentally calculating options. The pine plantation lay ahead approximately 200 yards, offering clear sight lines but fewer escape routes than the more developed trail system. Reversing course would force direct confrontation with whoever followed. Continuing forward at least provided familiar territory and potential access to the secondary exit on the plantation's far side. I reached the boundary vegetation screening the plantation and pushed through quickly, deliberately selecting a different entry point than during my previous visit. The plantation's organized pattern of trees came into view, their straight rows extending into foggy distance. Moisture clung to pine needles, occasional droplets falling when breezes disturbed branches. Perfect conditions for owl activity, terrible conditions for human visibility and orientation. A rustling sound emanated from the boundary vegetation behind me. I turned sharply, anticipating the worst. The boundary foliage parted, and a figure stepped through, a man wearing the same dark green rain jacket I had seen 2 weeks earlier. Recognition hit simultaneously from both directions. His posture stiffened when he realized I had turned to face him directly. The distance between us, perhaps 30 yards, allowed clear visual confirmation that this was indeed the same individual from the blue pickup truck. Medium height and build, approximately mid-40s, with a day's growth of facial hair visible beneath his hood. Nothing particularly remarkable about his appearance except the context. His presence in exactly the same unusual location as our previous encounter. Coincidence became impossible to rationalize. The conservation area covered extensive acreage with numerous trails and features. The pine plantation represented a specific off-trail destination requiring deliberate navigation to locate. His appearance in this precise location, following the same person he had followed previously, defied statistical probability. Immediate fear threatened to paralyze my decision-making. I forced myself to appear calm while assessing options. Direct confrontation seemed unwise given the isolation. Retreat along the same path would require passing directly by him. The most viable option involved moving deeper into the plantation toward the location where I had previously spotted the owl, then circling around to reach the secondary exit path. I turned and walked purposefully toward a recognizable cluster of trees approximately 100 yards distant, where the owl had nested during previous observation. This movement led deeper into the plantation rather than toward immediate escape, but it created distance while I formulated a more comprehensive exit strategy. Upon reaching the owl's previous location, I made a show of scanning the trees with binoculars while monitoring the man's movements through peripheral vision. He maintained distance, but clearly tracked my position, moving parallel rather than directly toward me. His behavior suggested a predatory pattern, maintaining visual contact while avoiding actions that might trigger immediate flight. As I lowered my binoculars, movement registered from an unexpected direction. A second man appeared approximately 50 yards to my right, emerging from between rows of pines. Older than the first man, perhaps mid-50s, with glasses and a bald head visible beneath a navy blue cap. He wore khaki pants and a brown waxed cotton jacket typical of outdoor enthusiasts. The presence of a second person initially triggered relief, a potential witness or assistance if needed. This perception shattered when I observed the two men exchange a subtle nod of acknowledgement. The coordination confirmed my worst fears. This was not random coincidence, but deliberate targeting involving multiple participants. The strategy became immediately clear. They had positioned themselves to limit my escape options. The first man blocked the path back to the main trail, while the second had appeared along the route toward the secondary exit. Their positioning suggested familiarity with both the territory and my likely movement patterns. The realization triggered profound terror. These men had not only followed me today, but had planned this encounter based on observed behavior. Maintaining external composure while internally processing this information required immense effort. I forced a neutral expression and casual posture while rapidly evaluating alternatives. The plantation's grid layout meant multiple potential paths existed, even if the most obvious routes appeared blocked. The men's positioning suggested they anticipated my awareness of the two formal exits, but might not expect knowledge of unofficial access points. I began walking diagonally across the plantation, selecting a direction that appeared random but actually led toward a maintenance access point I had discovered during previous explorations. This route initially led away from both the parking lot and residential areas, potentially confusing my pursuers about my intended destination. The first man began moving more directly toward me, abandoning pretense of coincidental presence. The second man adjusted his position to maintain the flanking arrangement. Their movement patterns confirmed coordinated action rather than independent activities. The distance between us, still substantial enough to prevent immediate interception, had begun decreasing. Reaching a particularly dense stand of pines, I abruptly increased my pace to a rapid walk, utilizing the momentary visual obstruction to create confusion about my direction. I angled sharply toward the maintenance access, while the denser vegetation temporarily obscured direct sight lines. The change in pace and direction bought precious seconds of advantage. As I approached the maintenance access, essentially a narrow break in the boundary vegetation where equipment occasionally entered, the sound of accelerated movement behind me confirmed my pursuers had realized my strategy. The first man had broken into a jog, attempting to intercept my path before I reached the boundary. I pushed through the access point and emerged onto an unmaintained service road that connected to the main parking area through a circuitous route. The muddy conditions that had earlier seemed unpleasant now provided critical advantage. The churned earth recorded clear footprints, meaning my pursuers would know exactly which direction I had taken. Rather than attempting to hide my trail, I used this knowledge strategically, moving rapidly along the obvious path while planning to divert suddenly when opportunity presented. That opportunity arrived approximately 200 yards along the service road, where it crossed a shallow, seasonal stream. I followed the road across the stream, deliberately leaving clear tracks, then continued 20 yards beyond before cutting sharply into the underbrush and doubling back. I entered the stream itself, using the watercourse as a trackless path that paralleled the service road while concealing my presence. The gambit succeeded. Minutes later, both men hurried past my position along the service road, following the misleading tracks. their faces now clearly visible, expressions revealing frustration and focused determination rather than casual interest. They continued along the false trail, while I remained motionless in the shallow water, partially concealed by overhanging vegetation. When sufficient distance separated us, I carefully extracted myself from the stream and moved perpendicular to the service road, taking a direct route toward the parking area through untracked forest. The navigation skills I had been practicing now served critical purpose, allowing orientation without established paths. I reached the parking lot approximately 15 minutes later, soaking wet from mid-calf down and covered with patches of mud but otherwise unharmed. The two vehicles previously noted remained present, the red sedan with tinted windows and the gray hatchback. An additional vehicle had appeared, the blue pickup truck, now parked directly beside my car in what appeared to be deliberate intimidation or attempt to block easy departure. The immediate priority involved documenting identifying information before potential confrontation. I extracted a small notepad from my jacket pocket and rapidly recorded license plate numbers for all three vehicles, along with basic descriptions. This action, performed in plain view, served dual purpose, creating evidence and signaling to any observers that I had taken precautionary measures. No one appeared immediately present in the parking lot, suggesting my pursuers remained on the service road following the false trail. This temporary advantage provided opportunity for departure before their return. I moved quickly to my vehicle, entered, and locked the doors immediately. As I prepared to depart, movement at the trailhead caught my attention. The first man, the one from the blue pickup truck, emerged from the trail, breathing heavily from exertion. He spotted me immediately and began moving toward the parking lot with purposeful strides. His appearance suggested he had separated from his companion and taken a more direct route back upon discovering the deception. I started my engine and began backing out, intentionally angling away from the approaching figure. He accelerated to a run, attempting to reach the lot before I could exit. As I completed the maneuver and shifted into drive, he arrived at his truck and quickly entered it. I pulled onto the access road leading away from the conservation area, watching through my rearview mirror as the blue pickup's headlights illuminated. The conservation area's access road connected to Riverside Drive, a moderately traveled two-lane road that provided multiple route options. I selected the direction leading toward commercial areas rather than residential zones, prioritizing public spaces with potential witnesses. The blue pickup appeared in my rearview mirror, maintaining consistent distance as I navigated the winding road. At the intersection with Hampton Boulevard, the truck pulled alongside my vehicle while waiting for the traffic light. The driver, now clearly visible without his hood, stared directly at me while raising a smartphone, apparently taking photographs. The intrusion felt violating even through the barrier of glass and metal separating us. When the light changed, I accelerated and turned right toward the shopping district, while he performed an illegal U-turn and drove rapidly in the opposite direction. The sudden termination of pursuit provided no immediate relief. The man now possessed photographs, potentially including my license plate, while I had temporarily escaped physical proximity, but not the broader threat. I drove to Riverside Park, a populated public space with continuous activity, and remained there for nearly an hour, watching for any sign of the vehicles I had documented. When confidence in immediate safety returned, I contacted local police using the non-emergency line and arranged to file a report. The responding officer documented the incidents thoroughly but expressed limited optimism about immediate action. Without direct threats or physical contact, this falls into a gray area legally, he explained. We'll increase patrols around the conservation area and run the plates you provided, but I want you to have realistic expectations about outcomes. I provided my documentation, including vehicle descriptions, license plates, and detailed accounts of both encounters. The officer's questions revealed both professional diligence and subtle skepticism, reasonable given the subjective nature of perceived threats without overt actions. He concluded our meeting with standard safety advice. Vary routines, maintain awareness, consider self-defense training, notify friends of whereabouts. Upon returning home, I implemented immediate security measures, checking locks, closing blinds, reviewing apartment complex security features. The physical displacement felt minor compared to psychological impact. Every environmental sound registered as potential threat. Ordinary activities became exercises in hypervigilance. Sleep arrived only after exhaustion overwhelmed anxiety, interrupted frequently by jarring returns to consciousness, triggered by normal building noises reinterpreted as intrusion. 3 months have passed since the second encounter. The police investigation identified the owner of the blue pickup truck through registration records, but found insufficient evidence to pursue charges. The detective assigned to the case informed me that the individual had a previous complaint filed against him for similar behavior in a different jurisdiction. Information that validated my experience while emphasizing how such cases often fall short of actionable legal thresholds. The second man was never identified. The gray hatchback had been reported stolen 2 days prior to the incident and was recovered abandoned approximately 20 miles from the conservation area the following day. The red sedan with tinted windows yielded no useful information, likely unconnected to the individuals involved, simply another visitor coincidentally present. Physical safety has remained intact, but psychological well-being continues requiring active management. I relocated to a different apartment complex with enhanced security features, gated access, surveillance cameras, and on-site management. My routines have transformed to prioritize populated areas and group activities rather than solitary experiences. The conservation area that once provided refuge now represents threat. I have not returned despite occasional longing for the natural spaces it contained. Professional counseling has provided crucial support for processing the experience and managing resultant anxiety. The therapist specializing in trauma response identified specific patterns in my reaction, hypervigilance, sleep disruption, avoidance behaviors, and developed targeted strategies for addressing each component. Progress occurs incrementally rather than transformatively, measured in moments of decreased vigilance and increased comfort in public spaces. The most profound loss involves the dissolution of solitude as restorative practice. The essential isolation that previously recharged internal resources now triggers immediate threat response. Attempts to recapture this experience in alternative locations, different parks, indoor sanctuaries, private gardens, have yielded limited success. The association between isolation and vulnerability appears fundamentally altered, perhaps permanently. Friends have responded with varying degrees of understanding and support. Some immediately incorporated protective behaviors, offering accompaniment for outdoor activities, checking in regularly, researching security measures. Others expressed difficulty comprehending the impact of an experience where nothing actually happened. This dichotomy mirrors internal struggle, reconciling profound psychological impact with absence of physical harm. The investigating detective provided context that simultaneously validated and disturbed. Predatory individuals often select victims based on predictable isolation and established patterns, she explained during our final follow-up meeting. Your situational awareness and quick thinking likely prevented escalation. Most people don't recognize the danger until too late. This professional assessment confirmed what instinct had signaled. The encounters represented genuine threat rather than misinterpreted coincidence. The validation provided cold comfort against lingering questions. How long had they observed before engaging? What outcomes did they intend? How many others had they targeted using similar methods? The absence of answers leaves space for imagination to construct worst-case scenarios that counseling techniques cannot fully dispel. Practical changes extend beyond location and routines. I purchased personal security devices, pepper spray, alarm systems, tracking applications that share location with designated contacts. Self-defense classes provided basic physical techniques alongside psychological preparation. These measures offer tangible protection while symbolizing a fundamental shift in worldview, from basic assumption of safety to expectation of potential threat. The most difficult aspect involves explaining this transformation to others who haven't experienced similar violations of security. "You're being paranoid," a coworker commented after I declined an invitation to an evening walk along an urban trail. The statement itself validates the pre-incident perspective that precaution equals overreaction, that threat requires demonstration before warranting response. I no longer share this luxury of assumption. If meaningful resolution exists, it emerges not through forgetting, but through integration, incorporating the experience into a revised understanding of reality, without allowing it to dominate all aspects of existence. Certain activities remain restricted or modified, certain locations permanently avoided. Yet gradually, carefully, with appropriate safeguards, new patterns develop that accommodate both increased awareness and continued engagement with life's essential experiences. The conservation's area's pine plantation occasionally appears in dreams, sometimes as idyllic space recaptured, sometimes as setting for imagined worst outcomes. Both versions represent processing rather than prediction. The actual location continues existing independent of my experience there, with visitors enjoying its spaces unaware of specific history. This disconnection between personal significance and objective reality underscores how individual experiences reshape environments through perception. I still seek moments of controlled solitude, brief intervals in secure environments where external stimulation recedes and internal calm emerges. These experiences differ qualitatively from previous immersions, but fulfill similar functions in diminished form. Adaptation continues, balance gradually reestablishes, and time creates distance from acute experience without erasing essential lessons. The men who followed me that day altered my relationship with solitude and security in ways they likely never considered while pursuing whatever objective motivated their actions, but they did not secure ultimate victory. Fear transforms, but does not define. Caution replaces naivety without eliminating joy. I move through the world differently now, more aware, more prepared, more conscious of potential threats, but I continue moving forward nonetheless. The trail map trembled in my hands as a gust of wind threatened to tear it away. October in the North Cascades meant unpredictable weather, but our group had come prepared, or so we thought. The five of us had been planning this 4-day backcountry trek for months, myself, Jasmine, Michael, Kate, and Ben. We'd chosen this remote section of wilderness specifically because it saw few visitors, especially this late in the season. "How much farther to the first campsite?" Michael asked, adjusting his pack. Dark clouds gathered above the distant peaks, threatening rain. I traced our route on the crumpled map. "About 3 miles. We should make it before dark if we keep up the pace." The forest around us grew denser as we climbed higher, the towering pines closing in like silent sentinels. Old-growth forests surrounded us, trees that had stood for centuries before any of us were born. The path narrowed until we were walking single file, with Ben taking the lead and me bringing up the rear. Something about these woods felt different from others I'd hiked through, something I couldn't quite articulate. The silence was too complete. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just the sound of our boots on the trail and our labored breathing as we climbed. "Anyone else notice how quiet it is?" Kate asked, breaking the silence that had fallen over our group. The words had barely left her mouth when a branch snapped somewhere in the forest to our right. We all stopped, heads turning toward the sound. "Probably just a deer," Ben said, but his voice lacked conviction. We continued hiking, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. Several times I spun around, certain I'd catch someone or something, watching us from between the trees. But there was never anything there. As dusk approached, we finally reached the small clearing marked on our map as the first campsite. A crude fire ring of stone sat in the center, evidence of previous campers. Beyond that, the forest loomed dark and impenetrable. "Let's get camp set up before it's completely dark," I suggested, dropping my heavy pack with relief. We worked efficiently, pitching tents and gathering firewood. Ben, an experienced outdoorsman, got a fire going while Jasmine filtered water from a nearby stream. The normalcy of these camp activities calmed my earlier unease. Over freeze-dried meals, we shared stories and planned the next day's hike. According to our itinerary, we'd be heading deeper into the wilderness, to areas that weren't even marked on most recreational maps. My cousin worked as a forest ranger out here a few years back, Michael said, poking at the fire with a stick. He had some pretty strange stories about these woods. Like what? Kate asked, leaning forward. Michael shrugged. Hikers reporting weird experiences. Feeling followed. Strange sounds at night. One guy swore he saw someone, or something, mimicking his movements from across a lake. Are you trying to freak us out? Jasmine laughed, but it sounded forced. Just repeating what I heard, Michael said. My cousin quit after his second season. Never said exactly why. I was about to ask for more details when a howl echoed through the mountains. Not quite a wolf, not quite human. We all froze, listening. What was that? Kate whispered. Just a coyote, Ben replied too quickly. Sound carries strangely in these valleys. But I'd heard coyotes before, and that wasn't it. The sound came again, closer this time, and I saw Ben's expression change. I think we should all get some rest, he said, standing abruptly. We've got a long hike tomorrow. That night, I lay awake in my tent, listening. The forest silence had returned, but somehow that was worse than the strange howl. Nature is never completely silent. There's always something moving, breathing, existing. This silence felt deliberate, as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. Just as I was finally drifting off, I heard it. The soft crunch of footsteps circling our campsite. Not the random pattern of a foraging animal, but the deliberate step of something bipedal, something that moved with purpose. I sat up, heart pounding against my ribs. I wanted to call out to the others to see if they heard it too, but fear kept me silent. The footsteps completed a circuit around our camp and then stopped directly outside my tent. I held my breath, straining to hear over the blood rushing in my ears. For several long moments, nothing moved. Then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the footsteps retreated, fading into the forest. I didn't sleep after that. When dawn finally broke, I emerged from my tent to find Ben already up, stoking the remains of last night's fire. The shadows under his eyes told me he hadn't slept well either. Did you hear anything last night? I asked quietly, not wanting to wake the others. He hesitated, then nodded. Thought I was imagining things. What do you think it was? Ben stared into the flames. I don't know. But I've been hiking these mountains for 20 years, and I've never felt this watched. As the others emerged from their tents, I noticed they all had the same haunted look. None of us mentioned what we'd heard in the night as we prepared breakfast and broke down camp. But when we shouldered our packs and prepared to continue deeper into the wilderness, I couldn't help but feel we were making a terrible mistake. The morning fog clung to the forest floor as we set out, transforming familiar shapes into grotesque shadows. Our pace was slower than the day before, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I kept my eyes on the trail ahead while simultaneously scanning the tree line, looking for... what? I wasn't sure. There's something off about these woods, Kate murmured as she fell into step beside me. I've hiked all over the country, but this place feels different. I nodded, relieved I wasn't the only one sensing it. Did you hear anything last night? Footsteps, she replied without hesitation, circling the camp. Me too. I lowered my voice. Ben heard it as well. Do you think we should turn back? I considered it. The rational part of my brain said yes. If multiple people were uncomfortable, that was usually a sign to heed. But we'd planned this trip for so long, and we were already a day in. Turning back now seemed like an overreaction to what could have been a curious animal, or even another hiker. Let's see how today goes, I suggested. If things get worse, we can always backtrack tomorrow. Kate nodded, though she didn't look convinced. Around midday, we stopped in a small clearing for lunch. The fog had lifted, but the sky remained overcast, casting everything in a grayish hue. As I unpacked my food, I noticed Michael staring intently at something on the ground nearby. "Guys, come look at this," he called, his voice strained. We gathered around what appeared to be tracks in the soft earth. Large, elongated impressions that resembled footprints but were oddly distorted, with what looked like claw marks at the end of each toe. What made these? Jasmine asked, kneeling for a closer look. Ben shook his head. Not sure. Bear tracks would be wider, more rounded. These are... He trailed off, seemingly unwilling to complete the thought. Human? Kate suggested, her face pale. No way, Michael said. Look at the size. And those claw marks. I examined the tracks more carefully. They were arranged in a bipedal pattern but were too large and strangely shaped to be human. Yet they didn't match any animal prints I was familiar with either. Maybe it's a hoax, I suggested. Other hikers messing around. Ben stood up, scanning the surrounding forest with narrowed eyes. We haven't seen any other hikers since we started. We fell silent, the implications hanging in the air between us. Finally, I shouldered my pack. We should keep moving if we want to reach the next campsite before dark. As we continued our hike, the trail began to climb steeply, winding its way through increasingly dense forest. The trees here were ancient, their massive trunks covered in thick moss, their branches forming a canopy so complete that little light penetrated to the forest floor. Around mid-afternoon, we came across something that stopped us in our tracks, a crude structure made of branches and twigs, twisted into an unnatural formation. It resembled a doorway or arch, standing about 7 feet tall in the middle of the trail. What the hell is that? Michael whispered. No one answered. I approached it cautiously, noting how the branches were woven together with deliberate precision. This wasn't something created by natural forces or an animal. This was made by human hands, or something with similar dexterity. We shouldn't touch it, Jasmine said, her voice tight with fear. Ben walked around the structure, examining it from all angles. I've seen things like this before, he said slowly. Sometimes hikers or forest rangers mark trails with structures, but this... He shook his head. This is different. Different how? I asked. These branches, he pointed to several that formed the apex of the arch. They're freshly broken, and look at the way they're twisted together. It would take considerable strength. Kate pointed to something hanging from the center of the arch, a small leather pouch suspended by a cord. What's that? Before anyone could stop him, Michael reached up and took the pouch, untying it from the structure. As he did, a strange odor filled the air, earthy and metallic like wet soil mixed with blood. Don't open that, Ben warned, but Michael had already loosened the drawstring. Inside was a collection of small bones, what looked like animal teeth, and several dark matted clumps of fur or hair. A crude symbol was etched into one of the larger bones. Michael dropped the pouch as if it had burned him. What the fuck? Could be from local kids messing around, Ben suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. Or maybe it's related to some kind of local tradition. Or maybe someone's trying to scare hikers away, I added, trying to sound reasonable despite the fear crawling up my spine. Kate looked at the structure again, then at the dense forest surrounding us. I think it's working. After a brief discussion, we decided to continue our hike, stepping carefully around the structure rather than passing beneath it. None of us was willing to admit to being superstitious, but neither were we taking any chances. The rest of the afternoon passed in tense silence. Twice more we came across similar but smaller structures hidden among the trees just off the trail. We gave them a wide berth. It was nearly dusk when we reached our second campsite, a small area near a rocky outcropping that offered some protection from the wind. Unlike the previous site, this one showed no signs of recent human visitors. The fire ring had to be reconstructed and the clearing was overgrown, as if it hadn't been used in years. As we set up camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. Several times I thought I caught glimpses of movement among the trees, but when I looked directly, there was nothing there. The others seemed equally on edge, speaking in hushed tones and staying close together. After a hurried meal, we gathered around the fire, taking comfort in its warmth and light as darkness closed in around us. No one wanted to be the first to retire to their tent. I think we should discuss what we found today, Kate finally said, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Those structures were definitely man-made, Ben replied, but I've never seen anything quite like them before. What about the tracks? I asked. Ben hesitated. I'm not sure. Could be a deformed bear print, I suppose. Or it could be someone trying to create fake prints, Michael suggested. You know, to support local legends. What legends? Jasmine asked. Michael glanced around as if making sure no one else was listening. Remember I mentioned my cousin worked as a ranger here? He told me stories the local indigenous people have about these woods, about something they call... A blood-curdling scream cut through the night, echoing across the mountains. We all jumped to our feet, instinctively moving closer together. What was that? Jasmine whispered, clutching Michael's arm. Mountain lion, maybe, Ben said, but he was reaching for his hunting knife as he spoke. The scream came again, closer this time, a sound of pure agony that was unmistakably human. Then silence fell once more, heavier and more oppressive than before. None of us slept that night. We kept the fire burning bright, taking turns to keep watch. Nothing approached our camp, but several times during my watch I heard what sounded like whispering coming from just beyond the circle of firelight, words in a language I didn't recognize, spoken in voices too low and distorted to be clearly heard. When dawn finally broke, we were all exhausted and on edge. The decision to turn back was unanimous. Whatever lay deeper in these woods, none of us wanted to encounter it. As we packed up camp, I noticed something I hadn't seen the night before. A small structure of twisted branches placed just at the edge of our clearing, identical to those we'd seen on the trail. It hadn't been there when we arrived. Someone, or something, had built it while we slept. We abandoned any pretense of continuing our planned route and began retracing our steps, moving as quickly as the terrain would allow. The mood was tense, conversation limited to necessary communication about the trail and our pace. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf made us jump. Did anyone notice that structure at the edge of our camp last night? I finally asked as we stopped for a brief water break. Kate looked at me sharply. What structure? One of those branch formations. It was at the northeast corner of the clearing. Ben shook his head. It wasn't there when we set up camp, I'm certain of it. So someone built it during the night, Michael concluded, voicing what we were all thinking. While we were sleeping. Or while we were keeping watch, I added, remembering the whispering voices I'd heard during my turn. Jasmine's hand trembled as she recapped her water bottle. We need to get out of these woods. Today. No one disagreed. As we continued hiking, I noticed something troubling. The trail looked different than it had the day before. Landmarks I remembered passing were missing or altered, and several times we came to forks that none of us recalled from our ascent. The map shows only one trail through this section, Ben said, frowning as he studied our increasingly useless guide. But this definitely branches. Could we have gotten turned around somehow? Kate suggested. No way, Michael insisted. We've been following the main trail back exactly the way we came. After a brief debate, we chose what appeared to be the more established path, but my unease grew with each step. The forest seemed to be changing around us, becoming denser, more primeval. The trees here were massive, their trunks gnarled and twisted into shapes that seemed almost deliberate, almost like faces locked in eternal screams. Around noon, we reached a clearing none of us recognized. In its center stood a large, flat rock formation, roughly circular, with smaller stones arranged around it in a pattern that was too regular to be natural. This isn't right, I said, fear making my voice tight. We didn't pass this on the way up. Ben consulted the map again, turning it different directions, as if that might somehow make our location clearer. We must have taken a wrong turn somewhere. Or someone altered the trail, Kate said quietly. We all looked at her. Think about it, she continued. Those branch structures, the tracks, that thing we heard screaming last night. What if someone's deliberately trying to lead us off course? But why? Jasmine asked. What would anyone gain from that? No one had an answer, but her question hung in the air as we tried to reorient ourselves using the map and compass. According to our instruments, we needed to head east to intercept the main trail again, but that would mean bushwhacking through dense forest without a clear path. We don't have much choice, Ben finally said. We need to get back to the main trail before dark. We struck out east, with Ben leading the way and me bringing up the rear again. The going was much slower without a trail, the undergrowth thick and tangled, grabbing at our ankles and pulling at our packs. Several times I thought I heard footsteps paralleling our course just out of sight in the denser parts of the forest. But whenever I stopped to listen, there was only silence. About an hour into our detour, I realized I couldn't see Jasmine, who had been just ahead of me. I called out, but there was no response. The others further ahead stopped and turned back. "Where's Jasmine?" Michael asked, his voice rising in panic. "She was right in front of me," I said, scanning the forest, "not more than 20 feet ahead." We called her name, our voices echoing through the trees. Nothing. "She couldn't have just disappeared," Kate said, eyes wide with fear. Michael was already backtracking, searching frantically. "Jasmine! Jasmine!" Ben grabbed his arm. "Keep your voice down," he hissed. "We don't know what's out there." The four of us spread out in a search pattern, staying within sight of each other as we retraced our steps. There was no sign of Jasmine, no discarded gear, no trail through the underbrush, nothing to indicate where she might have gone. "This is impossible," Michael said after 30 minutes of searching. "People don't just vanish." But she had. And deep down, I think we all felt the same terrible certainty. Whatever had been stalking us through the forest had taken her. "We need to find the trail and get help," Ben decided, his face grim. "We can come back with a proper search party." "We can't just leave her," Michael protested. "We're not equipped for this," Ben insisted. "It'll be dark in a few hours. If we don't find the trail by then, we're all in serious trouble." After a heated argument, Michael reluctantly agreed, though the look of anguish on his face cut deep. We marked our location as best we could and continued east, now moving with even greater urgency. The forest grew darker as the afternoon waned, not just from the setting sun, but from the increasingly thick canopy overhead. I couldn't shake the feeling that the trees themselves were closing in around us, herding us in a direction of their choosing rather than the one we'd intended. Then Kate screamed. We rushed to her side to find her pointing at something hanging from a branch about 6 feet off the ground. Jasmine's red bandana, the one she'd been wearing around her neck when she disappeared. It was tied in a precise knot, dangling like a macabre flag. "This wasn't here a minute ago," Kate whispered. "I swear it wasn't." "Someone's playing with us," Ben said, his voice hard as he unhooked the bandana. "Trying to lure us deeper. Or showing us which way to go to find her," Michael suggested desperately. Before we could debate further, a familiar sound echoed through the forest, the same inhuman scream we'd heard the previous night, but this time it was unmistakably coming from Jasmine's throat. The sound was coming from somewhere ahead of us, deeper into the forest. Michael was running before any of us could stop him, crashing through the underbrush toward the source of the scream. Ben cursed and took off after him, leaving Kate and me standing in momentary shock before we followed. I ran as fast as I could, but the forest floor was treacherous, full of hidden roots and sudden drops. Twice, I nearly fell, catching myself at the last moment. Ahead, I could hear Ben calling Michael's name, his voice growing fainter as the distance between us increased. And then I was alone. Kate was no longer behind me, and I could no longer hear Ben ahead. The forest had swallowed them all, just as it had Jasmine. I stopped, breathing hard, trying to control the panic threatening to overwhelm me. The forest was silent again, the scream and my friends' voices replaced by an absolute stillness that pressed against my eardrums like a physical force. "Ben!" I called. "Kate! Michael!" Nothing. Not even an echo. The light was fading quickly now, the forest transforming into a maze of shadows where any shape could be hiding. I took out my flashlight, its beam pathetically small against the vast darkness surrounding me. As night fell completely, I knew I had to find shelter. Moving through the forest in the dark was too dangerous, both from natural hazards and whatever else was out there. I found a small depression beneath a rocky overhang that offered some protection and crawled inside, using my emergency blanket for warmth. I tried the satellite communicator we'd brought for emergencies, but it couldn't establish a connection. Either the terrain was blocking the signal or something was interfering with it. I was completely cut off. As I huddled in my makeshift shelter, I heard it again, the soft, deliberate footsteps circling just beyond the reach of my flashlight beam. Round and round they went, unhurried, as if whatever made them had all the time in the world. Then came the whispering, the same unintelligible words I'd heard the night before, but closer now, clearer. Though I still couldn't understand the language, the tone was unmistakable. Hunger. I pressed myself deeper into the rocky alcove, clutching my hunting knife with white-knuckled fingers. The footsteps stopped directly in front of my hiding place. I held my breath, every muscle tense, as a shadow fell across the entrance. A silhouette that seemed human in its general outline, but wrong in its proportions, with limbs too long and a head that appeared misshapen. For a long, terrible moment, it stood there, as if contemplating whether to reach in and drag me out. Then, just as silently as it had appeared, it moved on, the footsteps resuming their circular pattern before gradually fading into the distance. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Instead, I sat with my back to the rock, knife ready, listening to the forest breathe around me. Sometime in the deepest part of the night I heard Jasmine scream again, closer this time, followed by what sounded like Michael's voice calling my name, though the inflection was wrong somehow, the cadence unnatural. They were being mimicked, I realized, used as bait. When dawn finally broke, I emerged from my shelter, stiff and exhausted. The forest looked different in the pale morning light, less threatening but no less alien. I tried to orient myself using the sun and my compass, but the readings made no sense, the needle spinning erratically whenever I tried to find north. I was lost, completely, utterly lost, in a forest that seemed determined to keep me that way. My only hope was to find my friends or the trail, or better yet, both. Setting out in what I hoped was roughly the right direction, I tried to keep my movements quiet and my senses alert. Several times I thought I glimpsed figures moving through the trees at the edge of my vision, but they were gone when I turned to look directly. As the day wore on, I found more disturbing signs. Another small structure of twisted branches with a piece of Michael's shirt hanging from it. A series of those strange, elongated footprints leading in circles around a clearing, and most disturbingly, a tree with 5 long, deep gouges cut into its trunk, still oozing sap. Whatever had made those marks had claws like knives and strength enough to carve through solid wood. I was being herded, I realized, guided through this labyrinth of trees by something that was playing with me like a cat with a mouse. Each sign I found wasn't a clue but a breadcrumb, leading me exactly where it wanted me to go. And I was following willingly, because what choice did I have? By mid-afternoon, I was nearing collapse from exhaustion and dehydration. My water supply was dangerously low, and I hadn't found any streams to refill it. The few energy bars I had in my pocket wouldn't last another day. If I didn't find help, or at least water, soon, exposure would kill me before whatever was stalking me got the chance. The terrain had been gradually rising, leading me up a steep, rocky slope. At the top, I found myself at the edge of a small plateau overlooking a valley I didn't recognize. Nothing matched the maps we'd studied so carefully before our trip. It was as if we'd somehow wandered into a part of the wilderness that didn't exist on any chart. In the center of the plateau stood an enormous dead tree, its bare branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. At its base, arranged in a semicircle, were stones similar to those we'd seen in the clearing earlier. Flat rocks placed deliberately with symbols carved into their surfaces that resembled no language I recognized. And tied to the trunk of the dead tree was Kate. I nearly cried out her name before instinct made me clamp my hand over my mouth. Something wasn't right. Kate was standing upright, her back against the tree, head slumped forward as if unconscious or... I couldn't finish the thought. I scanned the plateau carefully, looking for any sign of whoever had left her there. Nothing moved. The entire area was exposed, with no obvious places for someone to hide except the far edge where the forest resumed. Moving as quietly as possible, I approached Kate, my knife ready in one hand. As I got closer, I realized with growing horror that she wasn't tied to the tree at all. She was impaled on a branch that had been sharpened to a point and driven through her torso, pinning her in place. Her feet dangled several inches above the ground. I recoiled, bile rising in my throat. This wasn't a wild animal attack or any kind of accident. This was deliberate, ritualistic even, judging by the arranged stones and the careful positioning. Fighting back nausea, I forced myself to look more closely. Kate's body showed no signs of decomposition, suggesting this had happened recently, possibly within the last few hours. There were no obvious wounds apart from the impalement itself, no signs of struggle or torture. Her expression was peaceful, almost as if she'd been asleep when it happened. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. Who or what could have done this? And why? The rational part of my brain tried to make sense of it. A deranged hunter or hermit living in these woods, perhaps, or some kind of cult using the remote location for their rituals. But deeper instincts told me it was something else, something older and more primal. As the initial shock subsided, I noticed something clutched in Kate's right hand, a small leather-bound journal I recognized as Ben's. He'd been keeping notes on our trip, documenting landmarks and observations. I hesitated, then steeled myself and approached Kate's body again. Carefully, I extracted the journal from her stiffening fingers. It fell open to the last written page, where Ben's normally neat handwriting had deteriorated into a frantic scrawl. It's not what we thought. Not a person. Not an animal. The locals call it by many names, but Skinwalker is the one that's stuck. It doesn't just mimic voices. It takes forms, takes faces. We've been seeing it all along, thinking it was each other. Don't trust what you see. Don't trust who you... The entry ended abruptly mid-sentence, a smear of what looked like blood staining the bottom of the page. I nearly dropped the journal as the implications hit me. If Ben's desperate notes were to be believed, we hadn't just been stalked by something, we'd been infiltrated by it. The thing could appear as one of us, could have been among us at any point during our trip. Had Jasmine really been Jasmine when she disappeared? Was Kate really Kate when I last saw her? How could I know? A terrible thought struck me. What if I was the only real one left? I had to get out of these woods, now. I shoved the journal into my pocket and turned to leave the plateau, only to freeze at the sight of a figure standing at the edge of the forest, partially hidden by shadows. Even from a distance, I recognized the shape and size of Ben's frame, his distinctive posture. "Ben?" I called cautiously, every muscle tense and ready to run. The figure didn't respond. It just stood there, watching me. Then slowly, it raised a hand and beckoned. I didn't move. Ben's own written warning echoed in my mind. Don't trust what you see. "Ben, if that's really you, say something," I demanded, my voice shaking. The figure tilted its head at an unnatural angle, then took a single step forward into better light. It looked exactly like Ben, his face, his clothes, his build, except for the eyes, which were solid black like empty sockets. "It wants you to follow," came a voice from behind me. I spun around to find Michael standing a few feet away, though I hadn't heard him approach. His clothes were torn and dirty, his face scratched and streaked with grime, but he was undeniably alive. "Michael? Is it really you?" I asked, backing away from both figures, knife raised defensively. "More or less," he replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I figured it out, you know, what it's doing. It's not just killing us, it's studying us, learning from us. That's why it mimics. That's how it hunts." "Where's Jasmine?" I demanded, continuing to back away until I felt the rough bark of the dead tree against my back. Michael's smile widened unnaturally. "Jasmine was the first. It took her form for a while, walked with us. You never noticed the difference." I remembered how quiet Jasmine had been after our discovery of the strange tracks, how she'd stayed slightly apart from the group. Had that been the real Jasmine, or... "What happened to Ben?" I asked, gesturing toward the figure still standing at the forest's edge. Michael glanced over his shoulder. "That's not Ben. Not anymore. I'm not sure it ever was. And you? Are you really Michael?" He laughed, a hollow sound that echoed across the plateau. "What do you think?" In that moment, I made my decision. Neither of these things was human, whatever they looked like. The real Michael and Ben were gone, just like Jasmine and Kate. I was on my own. "I think you're both the same thing," I said, gathering my courage. and I think you're done playing with me." The thing wearing Michael's face stopped laughing. Its expression hardened into something inhuman despite the familiar features. "Not quite done," it said in a voice that no longer sounded entirely like Michael's. "There's still so much to learn from you." The Ben thing at the edge of the forest began moving toward us with a gait that was just slightly wrong. Too fluid, as if its joints worked differently than human ones. I was trapped between them, with the dead tree and Kate's body at my back. In desperation, I lunged at the Michael thing, slashing with my knife. It moved with impossible speed, dodging the blade and grabbing my wrist with a grip that felt like iron. Its skin was fever-hot against mine, and up close, I could see subtle wrongness in its features. Proportions that were slightly off, textures that didn't quite match human skin. "You shouldn't have done that," it said, its voice now a distorted version of Michael's, layered with other sounds that no human throat could produce. I fought with every ounce of strength I had, kicking and twisting, somehow breaking its grip enough to back away. The Ben thing was closer now, moving with that same unnatural grace. They were hurting me, I realized, backing me toward the dead tree where Kate's body hung as a grotesque warning of my fate. Something inside me snapped. If I was going to die here, I wouldn't go quietly. I charged at the Michael thing again, but this time I feinted with the knife before suddenly changing direction and running straight for the edge of the plateau, aiming for the gap between the two creatures. They reacted with startling quickness, converging to cut me off. But in their eagerness, they collided with each other, creating a momentary opening. I hurled myself through it, tucking into a roll and coming up running. Behind me, I heard sounds that no human vocal cords could make. Screeching howls of frustration mixed with guttural clicks and pops. I didn't look back. I ran like I'd never run before, charging into the forest at the edge of the plateau, letting gravity and desperation carry me down the steep slope beyond. Branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me, but I kept moving, changing direction frequently to break any pursuit. My lungs burned, and my legs trembled with exhaustion, but fear drove me onward. As the light began to fade from the sky, I finally allowed myself to slow, listening for any sound of pursuit. The forest was quiet, not the oppressive watching silence of before, but the natural quiet of approaching night. I found a small stream and drank deeply, refilling my water bottle. Then I climbed a sturdy pine tree, securing myself among its branches with my belt. It wasn't much protection, but at least nothing could sneak up on me while I slept. If those things were still hunting me, they'd have to wait until morning. I must have been more exhausted than I realized, because despite my precarious position and the horrors I'd witnessed, I fell into a deep sleep shortly after securing myself in the tree. When I awoke, pale dawn light was filtering through the branches, and my body was stiff and sore from the awkward sleeping position. For a moment I didn't move, just listened. The forest was alive with normal morning sounds, birds calling, small animals rustling in the underbrush. The oppressive silence that had haunted us for days was gone, replaced by the natural symphony of wilderness. Carefully I descended from my perch, wincing as blood returned to cramped limbs. I took stock of my situation, one water bottle now full, 2 energy bars, a hunting knife, a compass that might or might not be reliable, and Ben's journal, which contained information I still hadn't fully processed. Most importantly, I had no idea where I was or how to get back to civilization. As I ate one of my remaining energy bars, I studied the journal more carefully. Ben had been documenting our entire journey, including compass readings and terrain features. If I could match his descriptions to my surroundings, I might be able to orient myself. The entries from our first day seemed normal enough. Technical descriptions of the trail, notes about weather conditions, coordinates that matched our planned route. But beginning with the entry from our first night, a sense of unease crept into his writing. Something circled camp last night. M thinks it was a coyote, but movement pattern was too deliberate. Need to stay alert. By the second day, yesterday, I realized with shock, his notes had grown increasingly concerned. Trail doesn't match map. Landmarks missing or altered. Jay acting strange since we found tracks. Quieter. Keeps separating from group. Watch her. Then came a series of fragmented observations, written in increasingly erratic handwriting. Local legends, shapeshifter, mimic, not human. It takes forms, takes memories. Jay knew things only the real Jay would know. Perfect deception. It's learning from us. Each form it takes, it understands us better. Kay missing now, found her pack abandoned, no signs of struggle. And finally, the desperate warning I'd already read, ending with that ominous smear of blood. I closed the journal, my hands shaking. According to Ben's notes, this thing, whatever it was, had been systematically picking us off one by one, possibly taking our forms to confuse the rest of the group. First Jasmine, then Kate, then Ben himself had fallen victim to it. And Michael, or the thing I'd encountered wearing Michael's face, had all but confirmed it. But why? Ben suggested it was learning from us, studying human behavior perhaps. But to what end? And why the elaborate rituals, the structures of twisted branches, the arranged stones? I shook my head. Those were questions for researchers and folklorists, if I survived to tell them. Right now, my only priority was getting out alive. Using the position of the rising sun and Ben's earlier compass readings, I made my best guess at which direction would lead back to the main trail. If I was wrong, at least moving with purpose was better than waiting to be found. I traveled cautiously but quickly, pausing frequently to listen and scan my surroundings. The normal forest sounds were reassuring, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the thing, or things, from yesterday might still be hunting me. Around mid-morning I found something that made my heart leap. Boot prints on a muddy section of ground, heading in the same direction I was traveling. Human boot prints, with the distinctive tread pattern of modern hiking boots. I knelt to examine them more closely. They were fresh, probably made within the last few hours, and they belonged to someone with a foot size similar to Ben's. Was it possible he had survived after all? Or was this another trap, like Jasmine's bandana or Kate's body displayed as bait? After a moment's hesitation, I decided to follow the tracks. If it was Ben, we'd have a better chance of survival together. If it was a trap, well, I was heading in this direction anyway, and at least the prints indicated some kind of path through the dense forest. The tracks led me to a small stream, the same one I'd found last night, I realized. They continued along its bank for several hundred yards before veering away into the trees. I followed, moving as silently as possible. Late in the morning, I caught my first glimpse of the person making the tracks, a figure moving through the trees about 50 yards ahead, wearing what looked like Ben's distinctive blue jacket. I froze, remembering the Ben thing from yesterday with its solid black eyes and unnatural movements. Was this the same creature still wearing his form? Or had Ben somehow escaped, just as I had? Ben? I called softly, ready to run at the first sign of danger. The figure stopped, then slowly turned around. It was Ben, or something wearing his face perfectly. He looked exhausted and dirty, with a makeshift bandage wrapped around his left forearm, stained with dried blood. "Is that really you?" he asked, his voice hoarse but unmistakably human in its uncertainty. I approached cautiously, knife ready at my side. "How do I know you're really Ben?" He gave a tired laugh. "How do I know you're really you, after what we've seen?" He trailed off, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object, a smooth stone with a fossil embedded in it. "Remember this? You found it on our hike in the Cascades last year, said it reminded you of the trip we took in college." I did remember. It was a small, personal detail that wouldn't have been in any of our documents or conversations on this trip. Something the creature wouldn't know unless it had access to all our memories, which seemed unlikely given its need to study us. I lowered my knife slightly. "What happened to your arm?" Ben glanced at the crude bandage. "It grabbed me when it was, wearing Kate's face. I managed to break free, but it took a piece of me with it." He shuddered at the memory. "I've been running ever since, trying to find my way back." "I found your journal," I said, pulling it from my pocket. "By Kate's." "By her body." His expression darkened. "It wanted me to see what it did to her. Left my journal there as a message." "For who? For us?" Ben shook his head. "I don't think it was meant for us. I think it was meant for others like it." A sign of what happened here. A claim on territory, maybe. We compared notes quickly, filling in the gaps in each other's experiences. Ben had witnessed Kate's capture, or rather, the capture of the thing wearing Kate's form. The real Kate had apparently been taken much earlier, possibly even before we made camp the second night. It was playing with us, Ben explained, seeing how long it could maintain the deception, learning our behaviors, our relationships. But why? I asked. What does it want? Territory, maybe. Food. Or maybe it's just curious. Different. We study animals to understand them better. Why wouldn't another intelligent species do the same to us? I wasn't sure I wanted to consider the implications of that comparison. We need to keep moving, Ben said, glancing nervously at the sky. It's stronger at night, and it might not be alone. We set off together, moving faster now that we had each other for support and validation. Ben seemed reasonably confident about our direction, and as the day wore on, the forest began to look more familiar, more like the terrain we'd hiked through on our first day. In the early afternoon, we found our first undeniable sign that we were on the right track, one of the trail markers we'd passed on our hike in, a metal plate attached to a tree with the trail number stamped into it. We're close, Ben said, relief evident in his voice. The main trail can't be more than a mile from here. We picked up our pace, energy renewed by the prospect of escape. The forest around us continued to look and sound normal, with no sign of the unnatural silence or watching presence that had plagued us before. Then Ben stopped abruptly, holding up a hand for silence. I froze, listening. Voices, human voices calling from somewhere ahead. A search party, perhaps, looking for us. "Hello!" Ben shouted before I could stop him. "We're here! Help!" The voices stopped, then resumed, closer now. I grabbed Ben's arm. "Wait," I whispered. "What if it's not really rescuers? What if it's them?" He hesitated, doubt creeping into his expression. "But it sounds like—" Before he could finish, a figure emerged from the trees ahead, a forest ranger in full uniform, complete with badge and utility belt. Behind him came two more rangers, and a man in civilian clothes who I recognized with shock as Michael. "Ben, thank God," Michael called, rushing forward. "We've been searching for days." I held Ben back, knife raised, defensively. "Stay where you are," I ordered. "All of you." The rangers exchanged concerned glances. The one in front spoke carefully. "We understand you've been through a traumatic experience. We're here to help. Michael here made it back to the ranger station 2 days ago and reported your group missing." 2 days ago? That wasn't possible. We'd all been together as of yesterday morning. "That's not Michael," I said firmly. "I saw Michael yesterday, or something wearing his face." The Michael figure looked confused and concerned. "What are you talking about? I got separated from the group during the storm. I've been trying to find you ever since." "What storm?" Ben asked sharply. "There wasn't any storm." One of the rangers stepped forward cautiously. "There was a severe thunderstorm 3 nights ago, caused flash flooding in parts of the park. That's why we couldn't start the search sooner." I shook my head, trying to make sense of the contradicting information. 3 nights ago would have been our first night in the woods. There had been no storm. Unless time worked differently in whatever part of the forest we'd been trapped in. Or unless our perception of time had been manipulated somehow. "Test him," I told the rangers, gesturing toward Michael. "Ask him something only the real Michael would know." The lead ranger sighed but complied. "What's your full name and date of birth?" "Michael James Reeves, born May 17th, 1986, Michael replied immediately. "That's information anyone could know," I insisted, "or anything that could read his ID." "Look," the lead ranger said patiently, "we can sort this out back at the station. Right now, our priority is getting you medical attention and out of these woods before dark." Dark. The word triggered something in my memory. Ben saying the creature was stronger at night. I glanced at the sky, noting with alarm that the afternoon was already waning. "We need to leave," I said urgently to Ben. "Now, with or without them." Ben studied the rangers and Michael carefully, then nodded almost imperceptibly. "All right," he said loudly. "We'll come with you, but we stay together and we move fast." The lead ranger nodded. "Our vehicles are about 2 miles from here. If we keep a good pace, we'll make it before sunset." As we set off, I kept Ben close and my knife ready. The rangers led the way, with Michael walking alongside them, occasionally glancing back at us with what looked like genuine concern. Was it possible I was wrong? Could this be the real Michael after all? The forest grew darker as we walked, the late afternoon sun blocked by the mountains to the west. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched again. That same oppressive presence I'd felt for days now closing in around us. "Do you feel it?" I whispered to Ben. He nodded grimly. "They're back. Or they never left." "What do we do?" Before he could answer, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. The same inhuman sound we'd heard before, but closer than ever, coming from multiple directions at once. The rangers froze, hands moving instinctively to their sidearms. "What the hell was that?" one of them asked, voice tight with fear. Michael turned to us, his expression unreadable. "You know what it is, don't you? That's what you've been running from." More screams answered from the forest around us, forming a chorus of agony that made my skin crawl. The rangers drew their weapons, forming a protective circle around us. "Move," the lead ranger ordered. "Now, stay together." We broke into a run, following the rangers down what was now clearly a marked trail. The screams pursued us, seeming to come from all directions at once. Twice I thought I saw movement at the corner of my vision. Tall, elongated silhouettes moving with that same unnatural fluidity among the trees. "They're hurting us," Ben gasped as we ran. "What?" the lead ranger demanded. "Don't follow the trail," Ben insisted. "It's what they want." But there was no time to argue or explain. The rangers kept to the path, and we had no choice but to follow or be left behind. As we rounded a bend in the trail, we came to an abrupt halt. Blocking our path was one of the twisted branch structures, larger than any we'd seen before, spanning the entire width of the trail like a macabre gateway. The lead ranger approached it cautiously. "What the hell is this thing?" "Don't touch it," I warned, but he was already reaching for it, examining the intricate weaving of branches. "It's just branches," he said dismissively. "Someone's idea of a joke. We can go around." His words cut off as something moved within the structure, a shadow that didn't match any of us, detaching itself from the twisted branches and lunging forward with impossible speed. The ranger's scream was cut short as he was dragged backward into the densest part of the forest. The other rangers fired their weapons, the shots echoing through the trees, but whatever had taken their colleague was already gone. "Run!" Michael shouted, grabbing my arm. "The vehicles are just ahead." The remaining rangers didn't need to be told twice. They bolted down the trail with Michael close behind. Ben and I hesitated just a moment before following, no longer caring if Michael was real or not. Our only chance was reaching those vehicles before dark. The trail widened suddenly, opening onto a small clearing where 2 Forest Service SUVs were parked. The rangers were already at the first vehicle, fumbling with keys, while Michael ran for the second. We were going to make it. We were actually going to escape. Then I saw them. Figures emerging from the forest on all sides, moving with that same wrong gait. Some wore faces I recognized: Jasmine, Kate, even the lead ranger who'd just been taken. Others were stranger, with features that seemed halfway between human and something else, as if the mimicry was incomplete or deliberately abandoned. The rangers fired again, emptying their weapons into the advancing figures with little effect. One of them managed to start an SUV, its engine roaring to life. "Get in!" Michael shouted from the second vehicle, its door open and waiting. Ben and I sprinted for the SUVs, even as the figures closed in around us. I reached Michael's vehicle first, diving into the passenger seat as Ben scrambled into the back. Michael gunned the engine, wheels spinning in the dirt as we accelerated out of the clearing. In the rearview mirror, I could see the other SUV following, the remaining rangers inside. As we sped down the forest road, putting distance between us and the clearing, I finally allowed myself to breathe. We'd made it. Somehow, against all odds, we'd escaped. "What were those things?" Michael asked, his voice shaking as he gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity. I looked at Ben in the back seat, saw the same haunted understanding in his eyes that I felt in my bones. "Something that doesn't want to be known," I replied quietly. "Something that's been here long before us and will be here long after." Michael glanced at me, then back at the road. Will anyone believe us? I thought about what we'd experienced. The mimicry, the rituals, the sense of being studied by something intelligent but utterly inhuman. About Kate's body displayed like a warning or a trophy. About the way the forest itself had seemed to conspire against us, altering paths and distorting time. It doesn't matter if they believe us, I said finally. What matters is that we never go back there. And we make sure no one else does either. As the SUV carried us away from the forest and toward civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't truly escaped. That something of the forest, of the Watchers, had come with us. A lingering presence at the edge of awareness, patient and calculating, waiting. In the rearview mirror, the darkening forest receded, but in my mind, I could still hear those whispering voices and see those elongated shadows moving with unnatural grace among the ancient trees. Still feel those solid black eyes watching, learning, adapting. Some places don't want to be discovered, I realized. Some predators don't want to be understood. They just want to be left alone to hunt, as they have for centuries, hidden within the silent spaces between civilization and wilderness, where reality itself seems negotiable. And now we knew they existed, these Watchers in the woods. This knowledge would forever be our burden, and perhaps someday our undoing.